Okay. Hello. Hello. EGR today. New patch. The final sync patch. We're gonna have Bianca, Discord, and Veronica for this patch. The first off is gonna be Bianca. Chapter 35 Echoes Adrift. I'm excited. I didn't realize that this was going to be 2 chapters as well. 35 and 36 bundled together like this. So that's exciting. It's going to be a lot of punching Grey Raven for the next week or 2. Okay, well, not really. Since I normally just do these PGR streams like once a week. But I'm excited. I'm excited. Enter the game. Yeah. Beautiful. Some really cool coatings. Just like with Wuwa, I'm going to check through with each of this stuff before I get into the story. With notices, you got coatings, another coating. Coding reruns. Holy. And then Bianca. Yep. Update notes and everything. Stuff in the mail. Compensation. Thank you. Let me just get my daily stuff going here. That's... Daily dormitory stuff done. Guild. And top ups. Ooh, look at all this. Yes. Triple the serum. Damn, I shouldn't have picked up that weekly supply pack then, eh? I should have waited until the update. That way I would have 3 of those. And the members, we got Watanabe's new leap. New leap skills. Okay. Let me use these up. And let's check the event tabs here. Rippling Dreams. Yep. Totally make a purchase if I wanted to. And Fresh Dawning, yep. 2 months. And this is back. Oh yeah. Claim. And Ebb Tide Treasures. Oh. Ooh. Selector from 25, eh? Luminance, Entropy, Ember, Tenebrion, Pulse, Crimson Abyss, Veritas, Plume, Rigor, Laurel, Glory, Garnet, Imperia, Capriccio, Starfarer, Shire, Stigmata, Hyperreal, Kaleido, Crimson Weave, Feral, Echo, Lost Lullaby, Epitaph, Shukra. Not sure who to pick from this one. There's like 3 that come to mind. Either Feral, Epitaph, or Garnet. Because I'm a Vera simp. I am a Vera simp after all. And events. Ooh. Oh, you get this for free? Oh, this is a... Okay, I see. These are like is like a special little memory set. Okay. Zero consumption. Get free free Discord shards. Hell yeah. Rapid pursuit. Cup targets. Oh, that coding looks so cool. This coding looks gorgeous. This one looks really pretty too. There's a lot. A lot. Why is it still got a notification? Summer stroll. Jittery. These I'll have to, I think these I'll just do like in my own time. There's a lot to go through here. Votings and all that stuff. But I do want to check these. I think I'll save the Discord like trial here for like when I get to reading her story. Radiance. So I think we'll start off with Watanabe's Leap. See what this is all about. I'll get into the story in a bit. Okay. Looping. Oh, Sig. Oh, he does Dark Flow now. Oh, I see. So if you hold it down, he gets the Dark Flow stuff. Okay. And then you tap it. Wait, that's so cool, because now his flames are all purple. Oh shit, that's so cool. And it's not entirely different for gameplay. It's not entirely different. Hold down Sig, basic, hold down dodge, and then red orb. Yeah, that's simple. Alright, now Crepuscule. Tutorial mode. Oh, she's so pretty. Alright, let's see this. So pretty. Tap red orb consecutively to cast Thorned Waves combo, Chain Lashes combo, repeat Sitter. Snap. Cannot be triggered by successfully dodging attacks. I see. When she's in Twilight form. But pressing and holding dodge will activate the Abyssal Domain, just like Stigmata. Okay. Okay. Command and hold blue orb to cast Whip Dance. Whoops. Assuming prayer stacks increases the damage of signature. Tap. That's really cool. Oop. Tap and press or hold core passive bar. That's G on the keyboard. Hold blue orb. Hold. Tap. Oh, that's so cool. Holy shit. Radiant Baptism. Her animations are gorgeous. Pretty. Hang on, let me adjust the... Because it's really dark, eh? I don't want bloom up too high, that's the thing. We'll keep it at medium. Add some more light. Jeez. It's like I'm in an ethereal dream. Alright. Combat practice. Ah, it's so bright. This is only at medium bloom. Come on. That's really cool. Dude, sword whip is so cool. Nice. I see some like stigmata stuff in there too, which is really cool. And then effect practice. Yeah, for that affix, you just need to hold down core passive to get that radiance. Speaking of which, radiance. The relevant effects can accumulate radiance value. That part right there is like stigmata right there. Dealing radiance damage. Ah, I see. I see. Rotation to get the radiance points, and then the same exact rotation, just suspended. Gotcha. Okay, okay. So that's her gameplay trial. Her cub now. Noctiluca. She's so pretty. Picking any 6 basic attacks will accumulate energy. Yep. That's basic stuff. Oh, I see. Oh, these animations are cool. Boom, boom. There's damage in the path. That's so cute though. And then joint attack? In radiance form. The animations are going by so quick, and there's so many effects. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's that joint attack. It was going by so quick that like I don't notice the joint attack. I see it there. Very cool. What else is there? The event page. Right. Ooh. That's gorgeous. Field Expedition Rapid Pursuit Challenge. Whoa, this is interesting. Ooh, Lloyd. Main stories, Echo Adrift, and then Dreams Rewound. That's chapter 36. Wedding Trials, Character Trials. Done before already. I think I'll do challenge stage another time. But I do want to look at this coding trial though. Nothing too different from our intro there. Oh, that's cool. That's so... That is so cool. Good outro. Man, the Paradise Lost coding series is so good. Paradise Lost is so good. Alright. Claim these. Claim. Is that it? Keeps highlighting in the event tab. What am I missing? Of all of these. Alright. I guess what's being highlighted in event tab is probably just for Summer Stroll here. Do coding trials for this as well. Should I look at all the other coding trials? I mean, not showing them in here, but... you want to look at them. Like this one. I guess the only way I can check out going trials is from here, right? Oh, that's so pretty. I'm just looking at the animation. Gosh, I'm a sucker for the ocean stuff. That looks so awesome. Her hair. That's awesome. God damn it. Really want that. I really want this coding. God damn it. This and the one-shot one. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. What other ones can I currently do? Selena's? Whoa. Go through her story, of course. Let's see this animation. I like that the veil, the headdress on her is like translucent. Or not translucent, transparent. I'm being reminded of Jinshi's outfit. Where is the subtitles? Thank you, this sake tastes divine. Hello, Saisi. That was pretty. I'm not too into Selena like other players are, but that was nice. That's a beautiful coating. Beautiful coating. I wish I could go into a trial. No, I should be able to go into a trial for that, can't I? Can't I go into a trial for this? I guess not. Can't go into a trial. About to go grocery shopping? Oh, I see. Hope you're having fun. Well, I just started here, so I'm just going through a few things before I start reading the story. I appreciate you stopping by though. Redhead. She's my yeah. This is Vera. She's my favorite. She's my favorite. She's my waifu in the game. I love her. Have a good stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have fun with your grocery shopping, I guess. Your raver. Yeah, that's her. That's the name of the frame she's in. Vera Garaver. Garaver is like, it's like a code name, basically. So this is Garaver, and then this one is Garnet. And then this one is Rosen. Yeah, they have multiple frames. Yeah. Yeah, Garnet. Love her. Vera is my waifu in this game. Garnet's got plenty of different skins too. Summer skin, Egyptian, Chinese one. Yeah, Paradise Lost. The Paradise Lost series, it's kind of like League of Legends with their skin series. Paradise Lost is one of the best ones because it's very like gothic. Where can I? The tab for it is gone, eh? But yeah, the Paradise Lost series is awesome. You can't see it from here, eh? There was a tab where you get to see it, but here's another Paradise Lost one. It's very Bloodborne. They're gonna have another 2 more Paradise Lost stuff coming in soon. May your Grey Raven stay punished. Alright. Thank you for coming by, Zazie, even for just a little while. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Let's start reading this story now. Chapter 35. Echoes Adrift. Node 1 monologue. 11 nodes. Oh, no, not 11 nodes. 22 nodes. I don't know why I said 11. 11's the halfway mark. I don't know how long this will be. This is 22 nodes. This likely will have a second stream for me to read through this, but I don't imagine it to be too lengthy. Not like 8 or 9 hours long, which I don't mind. So I'll get up to after the 11th mark for today and see where that gets me. If there's still some, like, say I get to the 11th node and it's only been like 3 hours, then I'll like keep going, I guess. Monologue. Gameplay already? A combat stage? Oh, straight into it. Yep. Copperfield. Welcome back to Across the Ruined Sea. Oh. That's not normal. Ooh, do we play as... Oh, we play as Stigmata. Putting us straight into it, huh?
これは私どうして私は海洋博物館に
Yeah, okay. This is from the previous timeline. She's saying stuff from the previous timeline, I'm guessing.
違うケラ私だ神聖はこんなはずじゃ
救援隊救援隊だわ助けて助けて
メインゲートの通路がくそもうダメだ閉じ込められちゃった昇格者だ隊長
懺悔をさあ終焉の光を与えましょう制裁を悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します抵抗懺悔さあ終焉の光を与えましょうビアンカ魔女
Butterfly. Footprints.
来て食べに
Who's that talking?
声はあの方向からですね
It's so dark I can't see shit.
意識界ここは
Lonely Song of the Abyss. That's one way to start off a chapter. She tracks through a desolate wasteland. Where am I? Ruins stand jagged and tangled as birds carry off bleached bones in mournful songs. Her coating peels away bit by bit under the relentless wind and sand. With a heavy tombstone strapped to her back, she stares vacantly at the endless road stretching before her. Who am I? Her wandering gaze drifts to the crumbling walls beside her, a blurred visage flickering in the shattered glass, as a lone snowflake slowly settles on her eyelash. Snow. I was born in the snowfields. That's right. And that priest found you. The snowfields. Father Snow. I heard she killed the priest who raised her since childhood with her own hands, right there in the snowfields. Oh, come on, he was corrupted. No, it's not like that. It's as they say, people who come in contact with the witch, well, he didn't. Get out of here. Out of our city. Demons like you aren't welcomed here. Who am I? The stains of grime cling to her garments. A nun or a witch? How useless. You couldn't even finish off a corrupted. What a coward. When I learned they called you witch, I was hoping you could be a merciless leader who never hesitates. How laughable. Who's talking? And who is watching me? What I've believed in, is it truly right? Who am I really? What role am I meant to take in this world? The gravel beneath her feet turns to mud, sucking her down into the swamp's hungry whirlpool. And there she sees it, herself adrift in the red tide. Her voice catches in her parched throat, her hand stretching out in vain as the red tide's corruption seeps deeper, pulling her consciousness away from her body. She can't fall like this. She knows she can't. Oh. Darkness swells, devouring her vision. Bianca. Who is calling me? Without warning, her visual module shuts down, plunging her into absolute blackness. The witch plunges into the deep sea. Chapter 35. Echoes Adrift. Vonnegut's temporary base. The return of the goat. And return of Lithos. Mister, this is not the awakening time we agreed on. I'm aware. I decided to wake you earlier than planned. We need to begin breeding the red tide ahead of schedule. But this will. There have been some unexpected complications. The facility beneath the Copperfield Aquarium. It can no longer wait. The man flips through his notebook and speaks calmly. I've lost contact with the tower. Hetero Tower. Right, because that's right. In this timeline, the tower doesn't come so early. The tower. So the tower isn't going to be around anytime soon this time. The purple-haired ascendant who was just awakened is clearly still in a drowsy state, unable to immediately grasp Vonnegut's meaning. Do you mean that tower you mentioned before, mister? The agent detects his confusion. I haven't heard anything from that place in quite some time. Me in that tower. Oh. Haven't heard anything from me in that tower in quite some time. Something might have happened, so... We need to start the Copperfield Aquarium's plans ahead of time. Then, what about the aquarium's lower third level? Leave it be for now. With his expression hidden behind his mask, the man quickly flips 2 pages, snaps his notebook shut, and fixes his gaze once more on the purple-haired ascendant. Be quick. We don't have much time left. Understood, mister. People out here thinking Vonnegut was completely gone from the timeline. No. No. Only the Nemo part of him is gone. Aquarium. Crimson red tide washes over her vision. Silhouettes aged like old film strips drift through memories, flickering with an uncertain light. Babylonia, 10 a.m. As you browse through the file marked classified on the terminal, you and Lucia exchange a glance before signaling to Hassan that you've finished reading. You find pretty much everything in there. Alright, I've finished reading. 3 rescue teams have vanished one after another at the Copperfield Aquarium, and there's been no word from them since. Copperfield Aquarium. Copperfield Aquarium. The name lingers in your mind, unfamiliar yet hauntingly resonant, as an inexplicable sense of déjà vu rises. Nearby, the discussion in the conference room continues. Search and rescue missions don't usually get rated this high risk. Is there something dangerous inside the aquarium that can't be officially disclosed in a file? Among the missing teams, 2 of them were on par with elite squads. Lucia's gaze sharpens. The significance of 2 elite squads alone speaks volumes. I see. Does intelligence analysis suggest any Ascendant's involvement? I wish that was the full extent of it. We suspect that even the force behind the Ascendants might be... Who's betting? Oh. Sorry, my mind drifts off for a second. This should be your off-duty time, but this mission at Copperfield Aquarium can't really wait. Copperfield Aquarium. The crimson swell of the red tide drifts once more across her sight, a hazy veil through which 2 silhouettes emerge like fragments spliced from old film reels, surfacing in slow motion before fading away. The Copperfield Aquarium. The one with all the bionic exhibits? Yeah. Have you heard much about it? After Babylonia left Earth, that place should have been left abandoned. But given it was a prominent Copperfield family asset, our archives likely still have visual records of it. I haven't really looked into it, but... Is Chico with one of the missing teams? Or is Bianca with one of the missing teams? That's tough. Both are very prominent in these stories. Bianca, obviously. But Chico... I'll say Bianca. A rather baseless question slips out unchecked. How did you know? Nicola? Mission briefing only mentioned rescue teams, and we haven't said a thing about the Purifying Force so far. Where did you get this information? I saw some shadows. You saw it? I also saw some other information. Tell us about it. Hassan and Nicola exchange a glance. Talk about Bianca in an unfamiliar frame, or talk about the red tide flowing into the sea. I mean, I feel like the red tide one is the most important thing, because that's just... I saw the red tide spreading through the sea. The Ascendant Lithos used the sewers to avoid satellite surveillance and led the red tide into the aquarium. Bianca switched to a frame called Stigmata and stepped inside the aquarium. After that, the blurry images freeze on grotesque heterosapien limbs. No matter how hard you stare, the red tide's illusion obscures what lies beyond. You saw shadows. I can't accept vague explanations like that. Or maybe. Nicola's gaze now clearly carries a scrutinizing edge. Relax, Nicola. You and I both know the Grey Raven Commandant is the last person to be doubted. Hassan places his hand on Nicola's shoulder, his words steady and deliberate. Okay. Nicola gives a faint nod and settles back into his chair, seemingly trying to gather his thoughts. Maybe it's because of the time prison. After experiencing such hallucinations, you have discussed the situation with Asimov. Simple deja vu fails to explain these intricate cause and effect visions, while dismissing them as mere fabricated memories doesn't account for their startling level of detail. No, it can't possibly be a mind beacon problem. I've checked your mind beacon every way I can and more than once. There are no issues whatsoever. Given your experiences, I suspect the answer lies in the time prison. I mean, I haven't been through the same events as you, but from what you've described, this time prison sounds like a distorted timeline. Remember when you used the white noise device to connect with Selena inside the time prison? At that time, your mind beacon was fully exposed to abnormal time. That might explain the deja vu you've been experiencing at certain times. Those visions could be fragments of such abnormal timelines. Is that so? I'm not sure. Humanity's understanding of the universe is still incomplete. We are all seekers on this journey. This is just one possible answer I can derive from the current circumstances. Have your visions given you any more details? Like the Ascendant's movements, or even rough locations of Bianca and Chico? I tried, but I couldn't make out any clear details. I couldn't see any more clear details. After exchanging another glance with Nicola, Hassan ponders for a moment. The mission goes ahead as planned. As for the specifics, we'll reevaluate once we've factored in the intel you've given us and figure out if we need to send in more people. And keep this under wraps. Don't breathe a word of it to anyone else. Understood. The conference room door slowly clicks shut from the outside. Silence settles back into the room. After a moment, Nicholas speaks. I'm deploying a covert team to investigate the Purifying Force thoroughly. As for Kurono, we need to move immediately to assess any potential intel leaks. Bianca only switched to the new frame just before landing, and Stigmata was developed under Kurono's tightest security protocols. If there was a breach, we'd need to trace every possible vector and ensure it never happens again. But if it's not? Time, prison, visions? Asimov may provide a physical explanation for what Uzumaki has been seeing, but until we have the data verified, I'll remain skeptical. For that to happen at this particular moment, I can't help but question whether there's more to it. I understand your concerns, but our primary objective is still the same. We need to extract Bianca quickly and figure out exactly what happened at the aquarium. The Grey Raven Commandant has extensive field experience. While these are just theories at this stage, if they become reality, whether it's a full-scale red tide influx or some ascendant engineering those heterosapien creatures, Either scenario would be far more difficult to control. Nicola falls into silence but accepts Hassan's judgment without protest. Which elite squads do we still have stationed in Babylonia? Dark Ares, but I still don't recommend deploying them for now. Cerberus is on a surface patrol mission and hasn't returned yet. There's also Strike Hawk, maybe? Babylonia, operations room. Adrift as well. Following Hassan and Nicola's reassessment, and Scarab. The mission's threat level has been updated, prompting adjustments to gear and provisions. As Lucia organizes the combat supplies, you sift through the mission reports from the last 3 operations. Commandant. Hey. I'm applying to join you on the surface mission. You approve it first, then I'll go talk to Selka about it. Huh? But Hyperreal. It's still in development. Still needs more testing, buddy. I was going through your mission files and suddenly found out that your mission rating's been adjusted. That's not a big deal, don't worry. We'll come back safely. I've heard that promise too many times before, but it's rarely kept. Ooh. I should be going with you. Doesn't Hyperreal's adjustment require your input at all times? Well, I'll be extra careful. I still think... A brief chime from the terminal interrupts your conversation. Hassan has sent some extra video footage. Lee? Lee, are you there? Asimov is looking for you. Just remember, safety first, no exceptions. And keep your comms open at all the time. No problem. The caller drops and Lee's image vanishes from the terminal screen. Liv can't join us this time either. Liv's new frame is also in the research cycle. Ooh! The Imperial frame has always been a work in progress. Ever since Liv got back to Babylonia, the Science Council's been wanting to revamp it, which means Liv has to be available to help them out constantly. Is going from Imperia to some new frame. Cool. A new frame. Guess that's good news at least. It's good to stay busy. Yeah, staying busy is good. Yeah, these are all good things. Everything will be fine eventually. That's fine. It'll be fine. That's right. It'll be fine. It's a notice from the transport aircraft. Some mission supplies just got delivered straight to the plane. We need to go check the inventory as soon as possible. Sure thing. At this hour, most of Babylonia's soldiers and staff are tied up at their posts, leaving the corridor leading to the transport aircraft pretty empty. Just as you are about to pocket your terminal and head for the landing pad, it chimes again, a message from Nicola with intel from the 3rd Rescue Team. This frame. Bianca? Bianca shows up on camera, wearing a dark frame that you find both strange and oddly familiar. Our primary objective is to confirm the survival status of the 1st and 2nd Rescue Teams and locate Chico, the vice captain of the Purifying Force who went missing at the aquarium. We've made it to the designated position. Below us is the Copperfield Aquarium. She shifts slightly, revealing a leaden gray ocean behind her that looks like a liquid graveyard, weighing heavily on the Earth's surface. Your own heartbeat drums in your ears as a shadow takes shape at the ocean's edge. Hey, it's 80% Commandant. A pale girl commands the center of vision, her silent presence drawing your gaze upward beyond the sea's horizon. Suddenly, the silhouette of a female construct materializes right before you. Bianca. Commandant. Musabeni? I'm not at the aquarium. Is this visual distortion from a mind deviation? Bianca? Can you hear me? What's your situation right now? Tell me your exact coordinates. Nothing. She's completely unresponsive, like she can't hear a word you're saying. Careful. Tropical fish. Red tide at the aquarium. Just like that, Bianca's image flickers a few times and then she's gone. What just happened? Who are you? Bianca just now. The red-eyed girl just stands there silent, her finger pointing in the distance. What's over there? There you witness the red tide surge backward into the ocean as a huge humanoid shadow starts to slowly emerge from the water. It's chanting a dirge, a sound as crushing as a tsunami. It's Hetero Chico. A jolt of cold sweat runs down your back as Babylonia's harsh artificial sunlight snaps you out of that vision. That is the lost remains of the hetero-humanoid twins. It's anyone's guess how the Ascendants managed to snatch the barely surviving twins, but with samples in hand, breeding new monsters is clearly a breeze for them. Bianca's fragmented words still echo in your mind. The aquarium, the red tide, hetero creatures. Before you can make sense of it, a sharp buzz from your terminal jolts you back to the present. Your transport is leaving soon. There's no time left. Your brain feels thick, like a waterlogged sponge, as you fight against this intense feeling of deja vu. Is this the medicine you need? That's right. Thank you. Consciousness creeps back into your body, and the muffled voices of nearby people drift into your awareness. Lucia. Commandant? You're awake. Question mark, exclamation mark. When your consciousness finally returns, you find yourself lying inside the transport craft. Lucia and a familiar blonde-haired young man stand nearby, their faces etched with concern as they look at you. We were just watching the mission footage. At first, we were talking about Bianca's frame, but then you just took off. You walked forward without saying a word, like you weren't even there. I tried to get you to stop, but it was tough. Murray had just hopped off the transport and said hello, but you just plowed right into him. Should I get Star of Life on the horn for you? Not right now. Thanks, though. In your hazy mind, the visions you just had remain sharp and vivid. I've got to tell Hassan and Nicola about this. Regular terminal comms in Babylonia can be bugged. Outside the military's encrypted channels, classified intelligence is typically relayed the old-fashioned way, on paper. I figured the old-fashioned way would be sending a messenger pigeon. A slightly urgent voice cuts into your thoughts. Departure's almost to go. Make sure you've got all your personal gear, and all non-essential personnel need to bail out now. I'm really sorry, but would it be possible to hold off on our departure? No go. The service has been too rough, especially in your drop zone. The punishing English is hard. The punishing concentration is off the charts, and with these shifting winds, it's a real gamble for our flight. After I drop you, I still have to swing back and pick up another team headed for the disaster zone for rescue ops. I hear you. As your mind races through various possibilities, you catch sight of Murray getting ready to disembark. Just give me 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes before we take off. Thanks. Murray! Commandant, do you need something else? The young blonde man turns, a puzzled smile on his face. I still think you should get checked out at the Star of Life. What's this? Input vital information into the terminal. This is crucial. Please get this chip to either Celica or Nicola. You're not entirely sure this young man can be trusted. This is Lee's brother, come on. But given Lee's connection to him, along with those fragments Nicola once mentioned, he seems like the only option left. Of course you can trust him. At least this is a far safer bet than a transport robot or trying to transmit it through the terminal. And the chip to Murray. Dust motes hang in the harsh artificial sunlight. A cloud drifts past, and blinding pinpricks of light pierce your vision. Everything around you feels surreal. Murray stands before you, his image shimmering under the intense glare. Alright, but... no time to explain. I'll hit you up on the terminal later. Murray steps off the transport with the chip, completely bewildered by what just happened. With a deafening roar, the transport slowly pulls away from Babylonia. Endless cycle. This is Bianca, captain of the Purifying Force, leading the 3rd rescue team into the aquarium, commencing 4th mission log. Good morning, Bianca. Did you do the prep work for today? I heard we're covering. Hey, don't you jinx it. And then he just died. Yeah, had his head eaten. Just like that. Bianca. She hears a familiar voice, calling to her. Commandant, is it Benny? I'm at the aquarium. In her hazy vision, sea and sky merge into one, dark and heavy like the hush before a storm. Is this visual distortion from a mind deviation? Commandant's figure flickers at the edge of her visual module, a smudged silhouette standing on the landing pad that wasn't there a moment ago. The human's mouth moves, words lost beneath silence. Bianca hears nothing at all. Whether or not it's a hallucination in her mind. Whether or not it's is it an hallucination or an a? Whether or not it's an hallucination. Whether or not it's no, it's not an. I don't know why, but it feels like an would have made more sense. But whether or not it's a hallucination in her mind. Maybe it is an. Careful. Tropical fish. Red tide at the aquarium. Watch out for the ascendant. Captain, who are you? You look cool. Captain. It's Snow White from Nikkei. Cough. The bitter tang of vital fluids lingers stubbornly in her mouth. Hazily cautious to seeps back into her leaden limbs. I see Chico's silhouette too. Sylph. Ah, her name's Sylph. Is it? She looks cool. Barely recognizing the team member before her, Bianca coughs up the thick fluid clogging her throat, fighting to steady the pain lashing in her mind. Was that just a mind hallucination? Yet Usabeni's voice had felt real, almost too real to dismiss. But there's no time to dwell. The moment the searing pain in her mind dulls to a throb, she immediately asks about the current situation. Did we fall back to the 1st floor? No. Then things aren't looking good, Captain. Dude, Sylph looks cool. Someone's controlling the red tide in the aquarium, and they know this building inside out. We're probably on the aquarium's lower 2nd level. Fall back to the 1st level is almost impossible with the red tide cutting us off. We have no choice but to keep moving deeper. What about comms? Any contact with Babylonia? Barely. The punishing concentration here is off the charts. We're only getting intermittent signals at best. Bianca lowers her head, pulling up her frames of status feed. A flash of red floods her vision. The ceaseless, high-intensity combat has taken its toll. Despite her efforts to shield the refugees and the Purifying Force members, the Red Tide's corruption has seeped in. Her mind wavers, its coherence fraying at the edges. Now is hardly the time to wait for her mind to stabilize. Give me some bandages. After hastily bandaging the worst of the bleeding wounds, Bianca takes a moment to survey her surroundings. She's in what appears to be an underground viewing hall of the aquarium. The exits on either side are sealed tight, though thin tendrils of the red tide still slither in through the cracks, relentless. The refugees huddle together, clutching odd trinkets as they whisper desperate prayers. Nearby, members of the Purifying Force stand watch, some guarding the place, others patching up their comrades with hurried hands. Bianca lifts her terminal, hesitates for a breath, then taps record. This is Bianca, captain of the Purifying Force, leading the 3rd rescue team into the aquarium, commencing 4th mission log. I'll be leaving the chip containing this recording at this location, marked clearly so that any follow-up personnel can find it and use it for reference. During our sweep of the aquarium's 2 ground levels, we found no signs of the 1st or 2nd rescue teams. However, we later discovered that an Ascendant has been stockpiling a massive amount of the red tide in the aquarium's lowest level main tank, funneling it through underground waterways. and they've been frequently using it to attack us. Overly high punishing concentration. It's the red tide. The air was cold and gloomy, thick with the damp, earthy scent of decay. Bianca's team had barely stepped into the aquarium's lower first level. As soon as they entered, the attack came. Viscous, dark liquid seeped across the floor, swirling with the unnatural currents of the red tide. From within its depths, deformed hero creatures lurched forward, attacking the rescue team with relentless fury. Deploy reconnaissance drones to detect the specific location of the red tide leakage. If it were you, maybe the experiment would see different results. Behind the red tide, a purple-haired figure flashes by. Who's there? Show yourself! Just a little experiment, that's all. Play along and it won't hurt much. Stay alert. Watch out for the sewer exits around. Ugh. Fall back. I'll cover the rear. After multiple engagements of this nature, we were herded by the Ascendant into this position, approximately mid-sector on the lower second level. Fortunately, we found the rescue targets of both the first and second teams. Believers of Scarlet's revelation, along with their leader, Grace. Ah! A sharp cry shatters the recording's audio. Bianca hurls her terminal at a nearby Purifying Force member and in the same motion, whips her sword staff free. The red tide convulses, its surface bubbling with grotesque, shifting forms. From the seething mass, garbled whispers erupt. Don't jinx it tastes right. No. Sylph rushes up from the side and severs the last red tide tendril. Thanks, Sylph. It's fine. Now, do we go forward or back? Back. We have to find a way to evacuate. The Scarlet Revelation followers aren't equipped for a fight. Pushing forward will just get more people killed. But we still haven't found the first two rescue teams and Vice Captain Chico. Let's get the followers back to the surface first and regroup with the support team waiting above. This mission, we will get it done. Yeah. Pulling at her hood, Sylph says nothing more. As the two finish their conversation, Grace, who has been waiting off to the side, fidgets with the hem of her garment, deliberately rustling the fabric to announce her presence. Captain Bianca. The dark green-haired woman tightens her grip on her oddly decorated staff, hesitating as if searching for the right words. Thank you for risking yourselves to come and help. And thank you for opening the control room door just in time. Grace's head jerks up, her gaze briefly locking with Bianca's before she takes a half step back. Her fingers nervously trace her staff as if the motion might offer an escape from the weight of the moment. I'm sorry. It's true that members of the Scarlet Revelation opened the control room door, but earlier they were the ones who deliberately closed it in the first place. When Grace was in the lower second level control room, she spotted the new coming rescue team through the surveillance cameras. Seizing the opportunity, she herded the followers into this hall and sealed the door from the control panel. The rescue team would inevitably come this way, and when they did, she could play the helpful ally, opening the door for them, granting them entry. A small favor, a calculated gesture. Deep inside, suspicion and fear war with an irresistible what? Suspicion and fear war with an irresistible pull toward dependence on this very power. I think they meant to spell it. I know it says war W-A-R, but I think that's one hell of a typo. I think it's supposed to be war as in W-O-R-E. And not W-A-R. How long have you been inside here? That's the only thing I could think of for this typo. That's one thing there. Bianca appears to overlook the layered meaning behind Grace's sorry and presses on with her question. Sensing that Bianca might not intend to dwell on the issue, Grace responds in a hushed tone. At least 10 days. I came in here this morning. After stepping into this place, my timing device conked out. Conked out. So I started carving a vertical notch on a stick every time my stomach started growling uncontrollably. It might not be accurate. Sometimes I blanked out from starvation, but I'd say it's been about 10 days. 10 days. Chico, I mean, have you met the first and second rescue teams that Babylonia sent in? We never ran into the first rescue team, but the second one. Chico. Are you talking about that construct with the blue hair? Yes, that's her. Do you have any clues about where she is? I'm sorry. She was standing between the Ascendant and us with her team. All we could do was run. After that, we hid in the control room here on the lower second level. But this place is swarming with those monsters. And by that point, our food was already running out. Don't worry. You'll make it back to the surface safely. I'm sorry. I wish I had more to offer, but all I can say is I'm sorry. She murmurs anxiously, fearing Bianca might abandon them to leave with her more combat-capable teammates. Is there any work I can help with? Anything at all, like we can scout ahead, or whatever you need. I appreciate the offer, but that won't be necessary. Right now, we don't need anyone risking themselves to clear the way. We'll make sure everyone gets back to the surface alive, one way or another. Bianca pulls up the map data on the terminal, her eyes narrowing as she scans for any viable route, one that hasn't collapsed or been swallowed by the creeping red tide. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room, the agent in black fixes his gaze on the figures flickering across the screens. The crowd's getting bigger, mister. Should I release some red tide to break them up? A bit of commotion wouldn't hurt. The man's tone betrays a flicker of dissonance. Mister, your consciousness. Don't worry about it. Struggling to pluck coherent thoughts from the noise, Vonnegut rubs his index finger against his mask, lost in contemplation. How is Chico's fusion going? More successful than originally expected. She might be more suitable for hetero-humanoid fusion than Grace. A faint, nagging confusion unsettles him, yet no matter how meticulously he combs through the information, he finds no clear flow. Still, he feels it, something slipping beyond his grasp. It began at some indefinable moment, elusive as a shadow. The tower. Is cutting off contact with him. Once aware of this outcome, he scours every note, every record, but not a single sign suggests the tower would disconnect. Only after relentless searching does he uncover fragmented hints. The shift, the anomaly, might lie right here. The Copperfield Aquarium. But what exactly has changed? The creeping loss of control gnaws at him like insects on an elephant's hide, trivial in scale yet relentless in distraction. It won't derail his plans, but it fractures his focus. Why? Did the cradle of deep blue fail? Did something unexpected happen within the tower? Or is it... This is the first accident beyond his reach. The first time he has faced the dawning realization that beyond his vision something lingers. Vast enough to eclipse the cosmos, blinding his perception, yet small as a mere insect existing at twilight, its fragile flight swayed by a single breath. He acutely senses the doubt brought by the unknown. Meanwhile, Lithos continues obediently, reporting the experiment's progress. Mister, the fusion between Chico and the hetero-humanoid remains is going well. If we could integrate a stronger consciousness into this red tide, we might be able to breed an even more perfect creature. For example, that captain of the purifying force. A more perfect creature means more possibilities, right, mister? Right. The subtle dissonance lingers, but the agent has already devised a way to cope with this creeping sense of losing control. As long as the tower descends, everything can proceed as planned. But if it fails to appear at the scheduled time, he will force it down. He knows more than one way to make that happen. Go ahead. Herd the lambs to your site. There's still time for experiments. He gives Lithos' proposal his silent approval. After all, Copperfield Aquarium remains theirs to command, and time is still on their side. You telling me Vonica has a way to bring in the tower? Deja vu. The transport craft's engine roars deafeningly in the air. I've got the basics down. Rome! As he reads through the mission intelligence you provided, the blonde construct pulls up a map on his terminal and marks the location of the Copperfield Aquarium. Given the situation, pushing forward from here might be our best move, if your vision is real. Speaking of the devil, Commandant, what's up with that hallucination thing? You all good? Need me to... I'm really fine. Kamui jerks upright in his seat, only to be immediately shoved back down by Kamu's firm hand. His free arm flails in futile protest as he whines. I'm just worried about Commandant. All this commotion doesn't seem to have disturbed the white-haired construct. Though deep in sleep, his mere presence radiates a quiet reassurance that wraps around you like a warm blanket, easing the tension in the air. Now that I think about it, this mission actually has 2 elite squads deployed. It seems President Hassan and Nicola have already verified the information you saw and reassessed the aquarium's threat level. Not 2 squads. 3. We received an emergency notice mid-mission, ordering us to wait and rendezvous with you. Also, during the briefing, Commander Nicola mentioned that Cerberus would move straight from their patrol mission to meet us at the aquarium. Yes! So we got Strikehawk and Cerberus. They happen to be stationed at a conservation area nearby, so it's only a short boat ride over. This is all very serious. The commander needs more solid proof that the Ascendants are actually breeding the red tide at the aquarium to breed some creature worse than the hetero-humanoids. Otherwise, Parliament will hardly approve deploying the last batch of Omega weapons recovered from the moon. Most councilors still see the moon's zero-point energy as the more important asset. Not surprising at all. Your vision alone can't serve as evidence. Even if it indirectly supports the information's credibility, you still need something more convincing to sound the alarm. Cockpit here, we're approaching the target location. No viable landing zones in the area, prepare for drop. Sea conditions update, pressure altitude 3,225 meters, winds at 23 meters per second, temp negative 12 degrees. Heads up, offshore currents detected northeast. Repeat, prepare for drop, sea conditions update. Commandant, we're almost there. There aren't any viable landing zones for the transport nearby. We'll need to make the jump from here to reach the target location. Where are we dropping, boys? The plume frame is equipped with a short-range glide device. I'll get you safely to the aquarium's perimeter. Alright. Thank you. Let's take off! I'll say thank you. It's the least I can do, Commandant. Wait, you really gonna jump in your condition? What if we land? Nah, I'm not gonna jinx it. Or what if when we land? It'll be fine, don't worry. I'm the strongest. It'll be fine. After checking the protective suit and securing the safety ropes, you watch as the transport craft's jump door slowly opens. The hydraulic system hisses, its sluggish metallic grind protesting under the strain. Salt-laden wind surges inward, tangling with the leaden sky. And with it, the humming returns. That familiar dissonant resonance coils around you. Through fissures in the heavy clouds, crimson light bleeds into view. At the periphery of your vision, the pale girl appears in silence. She quietly stretches out her hand, gesturing at a direction. What? Struggling to speak in the endless nightmare, you press your tongue hard against your teeth. The sharp pain is the only anchor keeping you conscious long enough to choke out the question. The girl's response is the same. a silent gesture toward the distance. What is going on? This time, however, the pale girl hesitates. Her lips remain sealed, yet a soundless voice echoes in your mind. Chaos. The word reverberates, inexplicably familiar yet devoid of memory. Chaos. Seeing that you fail to grasp the meaning, the girl's arm jerks up again, insistent, forcing your gaze forward. Where towering crimson waves devour the horizon, and there, amidst the churning abyss, a colossal humanoid silhouette stands upon the sea. Wait. Try hard to make out the humanoid shadow. You squint, desperate to discern its face. Then the tide crashes over you. When your vision clears, what stands upon the sea has become. Bianca? What's going on? Her solitary figure, slight against the vastness, stands upon the sea. Commandant. Her voice seems lost to the roar of a tempest rising from the far edge of the world. Ascendant, under the sea. Careful. Federal creatures. Red tide. Into the sea. The winding red tide blooms beneath her feet as the female construct stands poised, her expression a fusion of sorrow and steel. Farewell. Your vision blurs once more, dissolving into a haze of static. Wait, Bianca! Bianca! The female construct silhouette fades again, swallowed by the sea. The ascendant under the sea. You open your mouth to press the pale girl named Chaos for answers, but before the words can form, your vision whirls. Towering waves surge forward, crashing around you. Commandant. Commandant! Cough. Commandant, are you alright? Cough. The wind howls into your mouth, sharp and unrelenting. As weightlessness twists your stomach, the world lurches, spinning wildly. I think you passed out just now. I'm fine. I'm fine. Below the ground surges upward a blur of motion until Plume's short-range glide device activates. The moment your feet touch the ground, you collapse in a graceless heap. You're bleeding. We need to disinfect it. She reaches for you with unmistakable concern, her fingers pressing gently against your nose. Only then do you realize that your nose is slick with the coppery tang of blood. Don't worry about it. Wipe it away. Lucia takes disinfectant from the medical kit and gives you basic treatment. Strikehawk, who landed nearby, also regroups with you. Probably just capillary rupture from the impact. Doesn't look too serious. Let's hold here and regroup for now. Kamu, Kamui, scout the area and check the punishing concentration levels. Report anything unusual immediately. Got it. Kamui and Kamu head off in different directions. After a brief rest, the dizziness from the vision gradually fades, yet the haunting image lingers. Bianca in a dark frame standing upon the sea, her silhouette seared into your mind like a brand. The sea area we just dropped into. What's in that direction? At your direction, Lucia opens her terminal and circles that patch of sea. According to the satellite map, below the sea area where we just dropped is the Copperfield Aquarium. The aquarium. Due to your previous vision, the rescue plan for the aquarium has always focused solely on the interior of the facility. But since the Ascendants chose a seaside aquarium as their den, their objective can't possibly be just easy red tide storage. What you really need to guard against isn't just the inside of the aquarium, it's the facility's large drainage outlets as well. Where is Cerberus right now? A moment later, the red-haired captain's voice crackles through the terminal. Oh, there's my beloved. This is Cerberus. What do you want? Vera? Good. You still remember my voice. Something's up at the aquarium. I need your approximate location. We're about 20 minutes out by sea from the aquarium zone, assuming Noctis doesn't screw up piloting the boat. I need you to sweep the sea surface and locate the aquarium's main drainage outlets in advance. The aquarium's drainage outlets? Explain your speculation to Vera. So what you're saying is, you want us to take our pathetic handful of Omega weapons and set up defenses at the aquarium's drainage outlets in advance. Kamu and Kamui will bring supplies and rendezvous with you. There's no problem with that, I suppose? Oh, and then I said that. Glad to know you've decided to start thinking. Thank you. Fine, we'll take your brilliant intel and sweep the sea for the aquarium's drainage outlets, then guard them ahead of time. Let's hope your speculation is not wasting our time, Grey Raven Commandant. The terminal screen flickers a few times amid Vera's scornful laugh, then goes dark. Love you, Vera. Copperfield Aquarium. Built solely with Copperfield's funding, the aquarium was a marvel of advanced bionics, meticulously replicating marine ecosystems and behaviors. During the Golden Age, it had been world-renowned, a testament to human ingenuity. Now, time has reduced its glory to dust and cobwebs. The entrance bears the scars of battle, exposed rebar, claws at the air, grasping broken concrete like skeletal fingers, while small patches of red tide seep between the wreckage. After forcing open a barely passable route, your team moves cautiously along the battle scars. Look around. On either side, massive ecosystem tanks line the corridor, their glass walls still intact. Inside, schools of fish cluster together, untended, yet still active. Aside from the battle damage, the rest of the facility is eerily operational. Almost too pristine for a place that should have been abandoned years ago when the punishing virus first ravaged the world. If the aquarium really is the Ascendant's den, just how long has this been part of their plan? Behind the glass, a glint of light flickers in the pupils of a bionic tropical fish as it watches in silence. Then, from beyond the water displays, footsteps echo. A group emerges from the shadows of the main hall. This is Chico. We're no longer detecting any corrupted signals at the entrance and the surrounding 1 kilometer area. Beginning the investigation on the Scarlet Revelation now. Closing the terminal used for mission recording, Chico led the Purifying Force team in a slow advance. Vice Captain, the corridor ahead is swarming with the corrupted. It will take time to clear them out. Any readings on the life detector? Signal interference is messing with the scans. We can't get a clear lock right now. Focus on defense and keep pushing forward. At the rear, no answer came from the Purifying Force members. Only the faint clang of weapons echoed back. The aquarium's labyrinthine walls and the endless ways of corrupted and their repeated failures to breach the surveillance system gnawed at Chico's patience. Pack up, team. Check remaining supplies and proceed to the control room. Behind her, the newly deployed recruits murmured among themselves, their voices hushed. Still, no response. Hey, we're moving out. Don't just stand there spacing out. Let me give it one more try. Copperfield's encryption patterns are all similar. If I can crack it, it'll make things much easier for us. Maybe the guy was getting creative that day. Perhaps the Ascendants altered the encryption. Really don't want to see any Ascendants today. Hey, as long as you stick with the team, you'll be fine. The Vice Captain's here with us. Oh, they're calling me. I'll go ahead and clear the path. By the way, I've requested a transfer to your squad after this mission. We can... Called again, Norris hurried toward the front. Don't you jinx it. Shaking his head in resignation, Delapoer attempted yet another breach into the surveillance system. Unsurprisingly, the program rejected his access with a cold blinking error. He exhaled sharply before falling back into step with the team. On either side of the path, murky water shimmered, their depths alive with the mechanical glide of bionic tropical fish. Tropical fish. A faint, unnatural gleam flashed in the fish's glassy eyes. Wait, that's... bionic? But that didn't make sense. Why were they still active after all this time? The fish drifted closer, their movements eerily synchronized, trailing along the glass as he passed. How... Like a sailor lured by siren song, his steps faltered then slowed. No one noticed that he had already slipped behind the others. Then, the glass enclosure suddenly shattered and the red tide burst free. On your guard! Fall back now! Despite their scattered formation, most Purifying Force members were battle-hardened veterans. Within moments, they evacuated the area now overrun by the red tide. Silently, the red tide receded through the drainage pipes, its retreat unnervingly precise as if guided by an unseen will. Behind the water veil, the tropical fish observed everything in silence. At the far edge of the hall, Bianca and her rescue team approached the area cautiously. This is Bianca reporting from the Copperfield Aquarium. Beginning mission now. The objective is to locate Vice Captain Chico of the Purifying Force and members of the Scarlet Revelation. Captain, the punishing concentration here is very high. Let's keep moving. The battlefield's scars mottled the ground as viscous. Red tide oozed from the drainage outlets like clotting blood. The smell of vital fluid. There was a fight here. The trail hang on, let me try that again. There was a fight here. The trail leads that way. Drainage outlets. Someone was controlling the red tide, making a search for the drainage outlets. They forced the previous rescue team into that direction. But why? Visual modules absorbed every detail until their Purifying Force honed intuition locked onto movement behind the liquid barrier. Tropical fish. Even bionic. Could they have survived this long? The tropical fish. She slowly approached. The water's reflection blurs as the bionic fish twists its body, a flicker of crimson glowing in its mechanical eyes. It's looking this way. It's looking at you. Open fire. Instinct takes over. You fire at the fish in the rippling reflection. The target shatters on impact, scattering jagged metal fragments across the ground. Over here, Commandant. Copy. Shake your head. Something's weird about that bionic fish. They're watching us from the fish, I bet you. It might have been corrupted by the red tide. But with the red tide leak here, the punishing concentration is way too high. You adjust the protective suit's port, confirming it's still functioning properly. After injecting the serum, you take another careful scan of your surroundings. Walk over to Lucia, Chrome, or Washa. Lucia. Lucia is standing beside the map near the elevator, meticulously recording the aquarium's internal structure. Based on the battle traces Chrome found, the red tide most likely emerged from the drainage outlets. The aquarium has 5 floors in total. The lowest level contains a large storage tank for bionic marine performances. The level above that holds ecological seawater tanks. We're currently on the lower first level. All liquids here may have been corrupted by the red tide. Commandant, we must be careful. Walk over to the ecological tank. In the ecological tank, a few bionic tropical fish continue their leisurely swim, untouched by the chaos around them. Their carefree movements contrast sharply with the battle-scarred surroundings, the telltale signs of some violent struggle that must have raged here. Faintly, some subtle scraping sounds echo from nearby. Commandant, the information we've gathered has been synchronized back to Babylonia. For the next step, we... Shh. Listen. Where you point? Just beyond the lower level 2 sign. The passage behind the water curtain now stands open, unnoticed by anyone. Some sound is coming from right behind there. Rarg. Squeak. Rarg. It's too soon for Halloween. Come on, Halloween's next month. Stop. -5. Meyer. They murmur in indistinct whispers, their voices weaving a haunting, almost cheerful melody beyond comprehension. Conference room, Babylonia. And that concludes our data report transmitted back by Chrome. The screen freezes on a pool of thick crimson liquid, its surface twisting, the original form now barely recognizable. Fragmented metallic limbs of fallen constructs protrude from the morass, clotted with malformed chunks of flesh. Damn. And faces. Amid the undulating mass, several disturbingly serene faces rise to the surface. Rarg, squeak, rarg. They murmur in indistinct whispers, their voices weaving a haunting, almost cheerful melody beyond comprehension. At the end of the report, the Grey Raven Commandant left a message, saying that they were about to head to the lower second level of the aquarium. The punishing virus concentration is higher there, so they were concerned about potential delays in transmitting future reports. As a precaution, they relayed this information ahead of time. The Science Council's takeaway is that the red tide is mutating. From corrupted to the red tide. From the red tide to those... If those... She deliberates for a long moment, unable to find more suitable words to describe that grotesque mass of flesh. Those hetero creatures in the red tide. If they were not illusions created by the Ascendants, then what the Grey Raven Commandant saw in the vision, that Lithos is accelerating the evolution of hetero creatures through the red tide, would be an established fact. The projected screen displays a series of images clearly illustrating this fact. We've got to put a stop to this. Those Omega weapons. No, that's not going to cut it. These are just predictions, and they won't be enough to get Parliament to sign off on using the Omega weapons we salvaged from the moon. Right now, the moon is the only place where we can even make Omega weapons. For a lot of people, these weapons mean their best hope of taking back Earth. You can practically hear the arguments now. Producing Omega weapons requires zero point energy. Right now, the only place in our controlled territories with 0-point reactors is the lunar base. We can't throw away our long-term future for a quick win. The mere fact that the Purifying Force captain and vice captain are lost to the aquarium won't be enough to sway those counselors. Even the red tide influx alone won't make them abandon their hopes for the 0-point reactors. Unless a greater threat emerges. Something that puts the surface itself at risk, threatens Babylonia, and puts their interests on the line. Celica marked the red tide influx's entry point. Based on its spread rate, pinpoint all nearby conservation areas that will be impacted. Present. Once the red tide spreads, it'll impact a total of 13 conservation areas and multiple plantations in the surrounding areas. Here's all of them. Just like you to do that. Well, everyone's got something they care about. Speaking of which, how's the lunar base inspection shaping up? 15.21% done. Hauling the engineering gear takes ages. It'll be at least another 4 or 5 days until it's wrapped up. The meeting room goes absolutely quiet. A faint sound comes from outside the door. It's Asimov. President Sen, Commander Nicola, we've processed the data report you just sent over. The analytical and simulation results are ready. In the conclusion, our findings confirm that the Ascendants are mass breeding the red tide under the aquarium. The punishing virus in the red tide is already showing signs of mutation. I advise immediate intervention. Otherwise, the red tide influx will trigger widespread hetero creature spawning, placing all coastal surface strongholds at risk of total collapse. So if the Omega weapons are a no-go, is there any chance we could use the Longinus Arsenal? I'm afraid not. The Longinus Arsenal can only hit the red tide on the surface. The red tide in the aquarium is 3 floors down underground. By the time it even gets close to the underground red tide, the Longinus Arsenal would lose 60% of its punch, making any direct impact impossible. Mid-conversation, Asimov's terminal chimes abruptly. He silences it with a frown, but seconds later the sharp ringtone pierces the quiet again. Nicola gives him a look, and Asimov, clearly annoyed, answers the call. A pale woman's face pops up on the screen. Where's Stigmata? None of your business, Vesalius. None of my business? Asimov, that frame was Corona's solo project, just loaned to Babylonia as a courtesy. I've got every right to know where she is. She's on a classified mission. The details are under wraps. Spare me the bureaucratic evasion, Commander Nicola. Kurono handed over the Stigmata frame to the military for free. As its creator, I'm entitled to answers. How about no? Stigmata's last transmitted mining data was a mess, full of interference. The frame might already be rife with the punishing virus. She was never the primary compatible user to begin with. Keep this up, and without a commandant to stabilize her mind, that frame is going to be scrap at the bottom of the sea. What about the Phantom Tracer? Equipping the Phantom Tracer would cause severe deviation in Bianca's mind, and its operational performance is far from ideal. That's Stigmata's own lookout, not the Phantom Tracer's fault. Can't accept herself, can't even accept what she's become. Pathetic. It's no wonder she's frying her own mind in that frame with that attitude. The pale woman's lips curl into a mocking smile. Whatever. Do what you want with the Heterohive Mother's tissue and the Phantom Tracer, but you'd better find a way to drag Stigmata back. Or, trust me, you really won't like seeing the bill for her frame development. That's not your concern. It better be. I'd hate to see my life's work just become disposable junk. With those cold words, Vesalius simply vanishes from the projection. Bianca's frame. The situation is undeniably dire. The Science Council has just received Stigmata's latest mind synchronization data. The terminal screen glows with stark red data streams. Bianca is exhibiting severe mind deviation, and we've had no mission updates for far too long. Given their current progress, they should be on the lower second or third level by now. The high concentration of punishing there is probably messing with their columns. Bianca. If I remember right, the Science Council has been working on a new frame customized just for her. Yeah, the progress has been constant and consistently slow. Asimov sighs faintly at the mention of it. The Science Council isn't just looking to churn out another frame that can only lug around the Omega weapon. We've been trying to build this frame's capabilities from a completely different angle. I remember this frame's core ability is purification. Given the current circumstances, impression would be a more accurate term than purification. Take the Phantom Tracer for instance. Its primary function is data acquisition on the punishing virus. By scrambling the viral information structures, this frame can essentially thin out its concentration. It's like dropping ink into a stream. It doesn't truly purify them in any real sense. Can the Heterohive Mother's tissue brought back from Kurono be put to use? It can be. After getting my hands on the tissue, I managed to simulate a Phantom Tracer reversal effect using external equipment. It's enough to sustain this frame's combat operations, but only for a limited time. At maximum, we're looking at 5 hours of runtime. After that, the frame's energy depletes and the system will force a shutdown. That should be enough for now. Worst case scenario, we might have to roll out this frame sooner than planned. Alright, I'll make sure this frame is deployed with the team transporting the Omega weapons. Asimov, could you handle the prep work for its deployment? No problem. Issan and Nicholas stay behind, still trying to get Parliament on board with using the Omega weapons. Asimov, meanwhile, turns and exits the meeting room. Bianca's new frame. Back at the Science Council, Asimov breezes past multiple layers of security until he reaches the classified laboratory. Before the frame storage chamber, he stands motionless, his eyes fixed on the scrolling data of a virtual screen beside him. His mind races. The Phantom Tracer can extract information from the punishing virus, but this capability isn't solely due to Kurono's technology. The true source is the Heterohive Mother's tissue embedded within it. Excuse me. Thanks to Commander Nicola's arrangements, this invaluable specimen now resides securely within the Science Council. Its potential should far exceed mere decrypting or compressing the information carried within punishing. It's as if a locked door looms before him, intangible yet undeniable. All he needs now is the key. A key that can really dissect the very essence of the punishing virus. Whew. 5 notes. Rebirth and future. Bianca is going through a severe mind deviation. Basement level 2, Copperfield Aquarium. A punishing concentration in the air thickens gradually, disrupting communications with Babylonia. Transmissions fracture into static, making smooth contact impossible. Along the way, your group eliminates several more hetero creatures like those encountered near the lower level 2 signage, and likewise collects a few more cold, clammy metal name tags. Delapor, Norse. After securing them carefully, you press forward. The lower second level's passages twist into a labyrinth of shadows and steel. Continuing as one group would be inefficient, so after a brief discussion, you decide to split up. Wansha and Chrome take the left path, while Lucia leads the remaining rescue team members to the right. Go right with Lucia. Grey Raven's teamwork speaks for itself. With just a glance, you and Lucia are on the same page. She slices through the mangled steel bars blocking the right passage, clearing the way to the door beyond. The punishing concentration is still rising. Covenant, be careful. Follow Lucia. Welcome to the Copperfield Aquarium. Suddenly a cold, mechanical voice cuts through the air. Who's there? Over there. Before the words finish echoing, a purifying force member behind you lets out an arrow fly, and it sends the broadcasting device crashing to the ground. It's one of those aquarium's announcement robots. Crazy it's still working. Someone must have been keeping this place up all this time. But who'd bother maintaining an aquarium at a time like this? Could it be the Ascendants? After a thorough inspection of the announcement robot that confirms no anomalies, you hand it over to the accompanying task force constructs for disposal. Just as the group prepares to move forward, Lucia's voice cuts through the silence. Commandant, over here. We've got something. In a spot that's easy to miss, thin tendrils of red-tide mucus intertwine with streaks of vital fluid, seeping through the concrete rubble. Let's go. Let's check it out. The vital fluid hasn't dried up yet. These traces must have been left pretty recently. I smell vital fluid. It's coming from over there. They might still be alive. He sniffs the air, catching the lingering scent that points to where the target might have gone. Let's go. Following the purifying force member's lead, your group barrels forward in hot pursuit until... Squeak. Squeak. Someone's up ahead, and they're wearing a purifying force uniform. He doesn't recognize the figure from behind, but the uniform is unmistakable. Are you alright? What's your construct ID number? Well, welcome to Aquarium New Staff. Get back! The corrupted is a grotesque mess of forcibly fused viscous flesh. Fin-like structures jut out from its head, and slowly writhing red-tide crystals cling to its twisted arms. Swear word! What the hell is that thing? Suddenly, the biohazard incineration device fires, reducing the not yet fully formed abomination to a charred husk. Damn it. A rescue team member from the Purifying Force mutters, a frown creasing her face as she takes down the corrupted. Wait. The metal name tag catches the light, glinting faintly amidst the scorched wreckage. No doubt about it, this was once a construct soldier from Babylonia. Lucia's brow furrows as she uses the tip of her blade to pry the name tag from the charred remains. They were all constructs. That's right. We need to hustle and keep pushing forward. We need to quickly find the rest of the rescue team members. Let's go. According to the aquarium map, assuming there are no further cave-ins, you should be able to meet with Chrome and Wansha in the main hall straight ahead. I feel so much safer and better now that when we have another squad with us. Basement level 2, aquarium hall. You briefly exchange information with Chrome and inform him that hetero creatures are corrupting constructs. The data has been logged. As long as we have signal coverage, my terminal will auto-sync the mission report to Babylonia. As for our situation, he quickly goes over what they ran into in the left passageway. So, you guys found a construct? Whoa, who are you? A beat-up construct right in front of you gives a casual wave hello. Hello there, conservation area soldiers. Whoa! Who is it? Who is you? She took out all the hetero creatures in that corridor, but beyond that, she's not sharing anything with us. Just as you're about to press for details, your terminal suddenly rings. Surprisingly, there's a weak signal here. Rome quickly opens his terminal and uploads the mission report he's compiled so far. Signal Lucia to keep Lulu at a distance and pick up. Her name is Lulu? Where'd you get the name from? Can you hear me? I can barely hear you. The signal should be more stable now. Miss Benny, I'm briefing you on an urgent development. Bianca's condition has become critical. You can see that coming. What happened? Vesalius, the technical director from Corona, just contacted me. Given that they developed the Stigmata frame, they possess the necessary systems to monitor its status. She told me that Stigmata is in critical condition and might already be heavily corrupted by the punishing virus. Bianca is going through severe mind deviation. And we need to find Bianca and Chico fast. We can't afford any more delays. Right. I'll have the standby support team bring down Bianca's new frame, Crepuscule, along with the Phantom Tracer that's been modified into a cub. Oh! Oh, no wonder that cub shape was so familiar. It's the Phantom Tracer as a cub. Oh. Support. Has Parliament authorized the usage of Omega frames? Devices? A new frame? It's been secret development for quite some time, just never activated until now. Stigmata's status isn't looking good, so we're rolling with Crepuscule for now. However, keep in mind, this frame can only sustain combat operations for approximately 5 hours. Beyond that, its energy reserves will be depleted and it will automatically shut down into sleep mode. Sending backup. Has Parliament authorized the usage of Omega devices? Not yet. President Hassan and Nicola went into the main conference room for quite a while ago, and there's still no sign of them coming out. But we've already received the data from Chrome, and Nicola is mobilizing every available task force unit to the aquarium with maximum priority. Remember, the Cub must be activated simultaneously with Bianca's new frame. It'll help keep the frame running longer. The Phantom Tracer. How was the Phantom Tracer, Stigmata? The shorter than benchmark runtime wasn't unexpected. You weren't our first choice, after all. It's surprising and fascinating, but it also proves that your mind was deviating before your hallucinations appeared. Bianca. She isn't the primary compatible user. I've never told you about this. Was this something you learned from another one of your visions? Yeah. As early as when having your mind-being examination with Selena, you had discussed these visions with Asimov. However, without any precedents for reference, he couldn't definitively identify their cause. Why isn't she the primary compatible user? During the technical development phase, Corona designs constructs for specific functions, not with particular individuals in mind. Most of them are built with functionality and technology as the main focus. Once the frames are done, they mass screen compatible users from their database. Anyone who proves compatible can use them. This development approach is concerningly aggressive, as they're willing to employ any means to achieve their goals. However, this very approach enables them to compress new frame development cycles to an alarming degree. Correspondingly, this type of frame doesn't have a long service life, and is more likely to cause mind deviation. Bianca received her modifications at Daedalus, so her Veritas frame data is already archived in Corona's systems. It would naturally factor into any compatibility assessment. Before her deployment to Copperfield Aquarium, Corona offered Bianca access to Stigmata with one condition. She'd need to provide sufficient experimental data in return. She accepted the terms. Asimov lets out a soft sigh. Babylonia is super particular when it comes to specialized frames. Aside from Imperia's unique case, every other frame goes through endless compatibility tweaks. They're always pushing the envelope technically, but never at the expense of safety. However, this methodical approach inevitably leads to greater research challenges, and consequently, longer development cycles. While we managed to develop an emergency coating to cover the Stigmata frame's exterior before our departure, this solution ultimately cannot solve the mind deviation caused by frame incompatibility. Did a deep mind connection temporarily smooth out the mind deviation? Yeah, but swapping out the frame altogether is still the best bet. I'll prepare Bianca's crepuscle frame for transport and have it dispatched with the first surface support team. And I'll need you to deliver the transport pod to her. The comms fuzz out for a bit before Asimov cuts the connection. Doesn't look like good news. Bianca's already having mind deviation. Let's keep pushing. No signs of them on the ground floor or the lower first level. They're probably lurking in the uncharted parts of the second level or the third. Let's go. After a quick gear check, the team presses on. Surprisingly enough, the construct who calls herself Lulu keeps trailing your team, keeping her distance. The path ahead is treacherous. Hetero creatures and corrupted constantly ambush from the sides alongside the relentless red tide. Why are there so many hetero creatures? Behind you! Suddenly, a viscous creature hidden within the red tide lunges down from the ceiling. Before its attack lands, a gunshot echoes through the air. As the gun smoke clears, the long-haired construct casually retracts the gun from her left arm. You. Thank you. No matter what, she's just saved a Babylonian soldier. Hold on a second. There's a catch. Blowing smoke from her gun barrel, the long-haired construct surveys the room. I can see what you're up to. You're here to save somebody too, aren't you? I need you to help me find someone. Oh. Grace. Grace. Scarlet Revelation. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even be working with you Babylonians. Why are you suddenly willing to work with us now? Why have you been following us this whole time? There are just too many corrupted and weird creatures past the lower third level for me to handle on my own. If you help me find Grace, I'll tell you everything I know about the routes ahead. Or routes. But we have no means to verify what you have to say. What if your routes are fabricated? I'm right here, and let's be real, my combat skills are trash compared to any construct in your group. If my route map's fake, just kill me. Isn't that what you Babylonians are so damn good at? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your silence to go ahead. The long-haired construct walks alongside, muttering to herself. As a bonus, I'll be gracious enough to tell you my name. You don't have to. Are geologists dying to know who I am? We're only traveling together for a bit. No need to swap life stories. Hey, a little curiosity won't kill you. My name's Lulu. Don't you forget it. I'm Lulu, the first Grand Protector of the Scarlet Revelation. The Scarlet Revelation doesn't have any constructs. At the very least, they don't have the means to turn people into constructs. How would you even know? What if the Scarlet Revelation has a grand priest who can easily turn humans into constructs in a flash? No way. Never mind, this is getting boring. I'm just a construct rambling on the surface and Grace took me in. I'm just tagging along to get by. Grace is always spouting that spiritual mumbo-jumbo. Who knows what's going on in her head? Before she left, she ditched all the old, weak, and sick folks outside, then led the rest of her followers in here to seek salvation. With her gone, a bunch of idiots were already yelling about leaping into the red tide to find salvation. I had no choice but to come in here myself. I'm not going to be responsible for those idiots' lives. She definitely rolls her eyes. Commandant? Lucia takes two steps back, her gaze fixed on you. Can we trust her? I'm not sure. This construct's frame condition is poor. It doesn't appear to have been regularly maintained, and there are no ascendant-like energy fluctuations emanating from her. We can stick together for now, but let's stay on our toes. Right, I'll keep an eye on her. The aquarium isn't a playground. If her goal is truly to rescue Grace, then it aligns with Babylonia's objectives. But if she tries anything, your team has more than enough combat power to handle her. Well, by the looks on your faces, have you two finally come to an understanding? Let's get going. Watch yourselves. If you fall behind and walk into a trap, don't expect me to bail you out. Lulu. Basement level 3. The original plan was for Bianca's team to head back to the surface from the lower second level, but a sudden surge of the red tide stops them dead in their tracks. The red tide is on the prowl, hunting like a starving wolf and herding the remaining lambs before it. Bianca and Sylph are barely holding their own, but they've managed to guide the Scarlet Revelation survivors to shelter near the lower third level. The lower third level is massive. One section was designed for grand marine life performances, while the other twists and turns like a meticulously crafted maze. Here we go again. She twitches her ears, immediately picking up the sounds of the approaching red tide. Devour. Save. Witch. Together, we shall devour the very gods. Come join us. Welcome. Copperfield Aquarium welcomes you. Why don't you join us? Witch. Suitable. She fights to stay cautious, pushing away those endless whispering voices. Sylph, take them and go on ahead. We can't leave. There's no way out. There's only one path left, as if the Ascendant is deliberately herding these lambs to a predetermined spot. So, we're stuck moving forward, aren't we? Lady Revelationist, do we really have to press on? It's already... It's come to this, hasn't it? What? Did you promise to lead us to rebirth and a future? Rebirth. Isn't it right behind you? He's completely fixated, staring at the red tide slowly rising behind Grace. Those are monsters. How could that be? That's Marvin. Don't you see? He's waving at us. Hey! Lady Revelationist, thank you for leading us to rebirth. We won't have to starve anymore. He leaps, about to jump into the red tide. Wait! Lady Revelationist? At least, not yet. She winces, her eyes closing in pain. If you enter rebirth now, God will be displeased. God does not wish to accept your offerings under such hasty circumstances. Is that so? Yeah. Didn't you see them? Didn't you just see them? Those monsters are punishment sent straight from the heavens. Only when the time is right. Here she goes again. As long as those followers don't dive into the red tide and just become another headache for us. She's still just dropping those useless little pebbles as markers. As long as they're happy. How's the situation with the Purifying Force members? Terrible. 3 are injured and showing symptoms of corruption. Their minds are already starting to deviate. On top of that, 2 members got swept away by the red tide when we were making our escape. They just couldn't move fast enough. Quick breather? No, it's not safe here yet. Let's keep moving. Before Bianca can finish speaking, her teeth clench. She lunges forward, her blade flashing in a single decisive strike, cleaving through the head of the creature just as it lunges for Sylph from behind. But the reprieve is short-lived. The red tide surges forward, spewing from the drainage outlet. Sylph, take them ahead. Get into that room and seal the door. I'll hold the rear. Without a word, Sylph hoists an injured construct onto her back and calmly directs the Scarlet Revelation members to evacuate. Meanwhile, Bianca musters her strength, pushing back the relentless hetero creatures hot on their wheels. Witch. It's the witch. Captain, join us. From within the red tide, countless projections churn, emitting sounds like ghostly chants. Stay here. Join us. Bianca catches a glimpse of the door slowly closing. She delivers one final strike, then her eyes flutter shut in exhaustion. Just as the red tide is about to swallow Bianca whole, Sylph darts out from the door like lightning, grabbing her. She uses a climbing rope to slide back into the room moments before the door slams shut. The red tide batters the sealed door. Nice going, Sylph. Monster. The purple-haired Ascendant drifts like a phantom through this graveyard of their own making. Ooh. Ooh. Been about 2 hours. No, it's already been 2 hours. We're on node 7. So it looks like we're about to hit node 11 in a bit here. This is fairly short, huh? Monster. The sea surface not far from Copperfield Aquarium. The sky hangs dark and heavy with a massive storm brews on the horizon. A vessel tears through the gloomy clouds. Does it really take this much effort to locate an aquarium's drainage outlets? Well, this hellhole hasn't seen maintenance in ages. The fact I even found this place at all is pretty damn impressive. I smelled it. The drainage. Over there. Great Raven Commandant's intelligence is very accurate. Hey! Don't make such a fuss. Have you checked the punishing concentration? Hold on a second. Whoa, the punishing concentration here is way higher than in the waters we just came through. Not bad for the Grey Raven Commandant. Enough talk. Let's get off the boat. The speedboat bobs precariously as it pulls up to the beach. Turning the corner around a sand dune, they spot a drainage outlet, taller than a person, oozing a small patch of the red tide that practically snarls at them. Those ascendants are as tasteless as always. Did they really breed all these? Noctis casually eliminates a still writhing hetero creature, a look of pure disgust on his face. It's not even half of it. The red-haired construct kneels, examining the hetero creature's corpse. This isn't a hetero creature. This thing used to be human. Scraps of fabric, not yet completely corrupted by the red tide, cling to the mass of flesh. Likely what's left is some unlucky construct, or maybe just some poor soul who wandered in. Ascendants. Annoying. Keep your eyes peeled. Given the heavy, punishing concentration around, your ascendants are probably still lurking nearby. That's perfect. Just what I need to warm up these fists. Mission first. Get the Omega weapons deployed near the sea surface outlet. Those two from Strikehawk better pick up the pace. I'm afraid. She narrows her eyes, sensing the agitated punishing virus in the air. I'm afraid the Ascendants have already gotten wind of us the moment we hit the beach. Mister, it's people from Babylonia. They've discovered the abandoned testing grounds. On the monitor, the red-haired construct stares provocatively at the microcamera. Clearly, tracking down such electronic devices is no sweat for Babylonia personnel. Mister, should we drive them away? How is the fusion of Chico and the hetero-humanoid progressing? The incubation isn't complete yet. Progress has been smooth so far, but it'll take more time. Open the floodgates. Unleash the red tide that's built up at the bottom of the abandoned testing grounds. Mister? Lithos is rarely ever stumped. Chico's incubation isn't complete yet. She's still in the storage tank on the lower third level. What I'm trying to say is, if we release the red tide, the experiment might fail. Once those floodgates are open, take Chico and head for the backup facility on the island to keep going. I've already left enough materials there. Mister, what about you? I'll stay behind to handle the storage tank situation. Once I'm done, I'll catch up with you at the island. I see. He obediently leaves the monitoring room. Vorget stands in the empty room, his eyes clouded with thought. He flips through the surveillance feeds, watching the Grey Raven Commandant and Lucia's group close in on Bianca's location. Grey Raven Commandant. Musubeni. He murmurs the name under his breath. The disappearance of the tower. Would it be because of you? Yes. The purple-haired ascendant drifts like a phantom through this graveyard of their own making. He expertly weaves through the tight spots, with the creepy hetero creatures acting like docile kittens at his command. Here. He comes to a halt right over the massive red tide storage tank. Well, that's a new one. He narrows his eyes at the eerie tentacles poking out of the storage tank's sides, a slight frown creasing his brow. No matter, though. It won't derail what we're doing now. Alright then. Come along, Miss Monster. The instruments around the storage tank hum along steadily. Everything's playing right into his and Mister's hands. The paper crane execution chair morphs into a large mechanical contraption, effortlessly lifting the bizarre humanoid figure right out of the storage tank. Whoa! It's okay. It's almost over. It's one hell of a design. His voice is gentle, as if he's trying to soothe the bizarre, unconscious humanoid figure. Paper crane lifts her up and trails slowly behind Lithos as they press onward. There's an underwater passage leading directly to a nearby island, a route Mister established long ago as a backup plan, meticulously prepared in advance. Now, as long as... Chico suddenly starts flailing wildly. Chico? The execution chair reacts quicker than Lithos can, clamping down hard on Chico's limbs as metal bits dig deep into her flesh. Chico. Lithos moves closer to Chico to figure out what went sideways. He'd already pared down this construct's memories. That should have... The aberrant humanoid seems to have completely lost its mind. She thrashes wildly, ignoring Pepper Crane's restraints. With a grotesque twist of her body and at the cost of chunks of her own flesh, she breaks free from the execution chair. Chico, over here. Follow me. Just like how he handles other hetero creatures, Lithos tries to get close to Chico. Lithos immediately unleashes countless red tide strands that coil around him like a toxic cloud. But Chico, now merged with a hetero humanoid, clearly isn't fazed by these attacks. She aggressively closes in on the purple-haired ascendant, slashing at him without a moment's hesitation. Lithos curls up in the execution chair. It envelops him like a custom-made cage, keeping him perfectly protected. Where did things go sideways? Chico before him clearly has no self-consciousness, but why would she awaken at this moment and develop desires to break free and attack? After her strike misses, Chico gives up her attack and vanishes in a flash. Her eyes remain vacant, as if she's performing all these actions unconsciously. Why can't you be just a good little test subject and play along? Transcending death. Isn't that humanity's pursuit? The purple-haired ascendant lets off a soft sigh as his paper crane, doing exactly what he wants, takes off after Chico in the direction she ran. Near the aquarium's drainage outlet. Number 21 squints and cocks her head, listening hard for something after taking out the third mini surveillance camera. Number 21? Captain, I hear something over there. Back up. The three slowly back away. 5 minutes later, a thin stream of red tide oozes out of the massive drainage outlet, slithering forward with a thick, wriggling movement. You're an idiot, 21. This is what you heard? No. Wait. A faint but thunder-like echo rumbles from deep inside the pipes. Fall back! Vera grabs number 21 and scrambles up the hill above the drainage outlet. In a flash, with a deafening roar, the red tide surges forward. It's like a dragon diving into the sea, swallowing everything in its sight. Swear word. Damn, they're really going all out just to take us down? He just stares dumbfounded at the red tide gushing below. We're really gonna clear this place out with the handful of Omega weapons we brought? Prioritize sealing off this drainage outlet. Something big must have gone down inside the aquarium. The Ascendants wouldn't just ditch this hideout to deal with us. Noctis, get around back and bring the boat over here. Number 21, find the floodgates. The red-haired construct stares down at the red tide below, her expression completely cold. Her terminal crackles with a cacophony of static. Can you hear me? Radio Commandant? Raises the terminal. The signal seems intermittent, and your voice on the other end fades in and out. I hear you. Bruh? The floodgates of the drainage outlets are open. Have you guys gone head-to-head with the Ascendants yet? What? Not yet. Alright, to cut to the chase, we're deploying all our Omega weapons near the drainage outlets. If there are any floodgates, we will try to shut them. But right now, even if the three of us dove into the sea with Omega weapons strapped on, we couldn't halt the red tide influx. Ka-mu. We're a good ways off from the aquarium and the punishing virus is scrambling the location signals. It's going to take them a while to track us down here. You've really thrown me a curveball, Grey Ribbon Commandant. Be careful. Stay safe. It doesn't matter. Cerberus won't fold over this. With the red tide released, the Ascendants might go all out or try to escape. You should. The red tide surges forward, and the punishing virus's interference cuts off the communication. Vera smirks at the ever-present danger. With a flick of her wrist, she tucks the terminal away as if the threat means nothing to her. Captain, someone sabotaged the floodgate controls. I knew it. Let's move. We need to meet up with Noctis. These few mega weapons won't be enough to block the water outlets. It's okay. She manages a bitter smile, her gaze fixed on the red tide as it floods the sea, concern clouding her eyes. Don't we still have the boat? With red tide released, the Ascendants might go all out or try to escape. You should... The transmission suddenly cuts out. Commandant, what's the situation with Cerberus? The red tide has been released from the drainage outlets. The Ascendants might try to escape or launch an attack. But we haven't run into any Ascendants yet. They're probably watching us through surveillance or something. Inside the aquarium's massive tank, several bionic fish swim silently. We're currently in a corridor on the lower second level. Lulu has been lying, at least not about the directions. She has successfully led your group around most of the red tide contamination and collapsed areas on the lower second level, bringing you to the lower third level's entrance. If we go any deeper, we'll probably lose contact with Babylonia. Every single transmission from Bianca and Chico cut off after they went into the lower second level. Wansha, please take the intel and samples we've gathered so far back to Babylonia first. Roger that. This rough, narrow terrain isn't favorable for a sniper to operate effectively. Rather than continuing to explore forward, he's better suited to help you secure a return route first. Anyone who wants to bail now can head back with Wansha. What's with this anyone who wants to bail talk? If you're talking about me, just spit it out. No way am I leaving. I haven't found Grace yet. Even if the red tide swallowed her whole, I'm still dragging her back with me. Chrome and you exchange a quick glance. He's signaling that Lulu's not going to hold your group back. Alright, let's go. Desperate red tide. Grace carries Bianca on her back, fleeing through the narrow passages in a posture so strained it borders on comical. He's tired. Just like me. Even as she weaves through the ever-lurking hedge of creatures, Grace stubbornly leaves a hidden trail of divination stones in her wake. Maybe another rescue team will show up. Maybe these markers will lead a rescue to them. She naively clings to that thin hope, like a child gripping the last shred of fraying rope. Damn it. Lady Revelations, I can't carry this construct anymore. We're almost at the safe zone. Just hang in there. I mean, when those purifying force constructs were still cautious, didn't they say we could just leave them behind? A few minutes ago. The surging red tide was held back by the sealed doors, but the rumbling that's steadily getting louder clearly screams, this place won't be safe for long. Any bandages left? Oh, she got rid of her mask. She moved like a flash to pull Bianca out, but even so, the red tide still left her with severe injuries. Bandages? All we have are some regular human bandages. Will those work? She was the only one left in the Purifying Force who's still in the game, and apparently the Scarlet Revelation didn't have any meds that work on constructs. Sylph turned away, mentally ticking off the casualties. Out of the 3 seriously wounded from the last red tide attack, 1 had taken a turn for the worse. Only 1 was barely hanging on, and the captain, she was still out cold. At least they didn't lose anyone else to it. As for the Scarlet Revelation, are you taking a headcount, officer? We only have 2 members with minor injuries. The rest are just knackered from supply shortages, but everyone is still able to move. You go on ahead. Huh? Purifying force is having a tough time moving. You're still on your feet, so get a move on. Well, no time to dither. Silently self-hoisted Bianca onto her back, then bundled the other 2 injured members together and dragged them forward. If they ran into Ascendant, Scarlet Revelation being short on combat power would be completely insignificant. The enemy would just focus on wiping out the more troublesome Babylonia constructs first. The Scarlet Revelation members were still mobile. If they kept their wits about them and played their cards right, they might just get away. Lost in thought, Sylph's dagger whipped out the moment she spotted someone reaching for Bianca. The blade stopped dead, perilously close to Grace's cheek, as Sylph realized who it was. Sorry. I just wanted to help you carry her, officer. I told you to go on ahead. No, we can't leave you behind. There has to be a way to get everyone out of here, together. Yeah, we're only alive thanks to you Purifying Force officers. Grace resolutely hefted Bianca onto her back while another follower scooped up another injured construct to the ground. Sylph gave up trying to rein in Grace. The rumble behind the door became louder and louder as the red tide kept hammering at the thin metal structure. Go, now! With a slight mechanical click, viscous fluid suddenly gushed through the cracked gate like a bursting dam. Officer! Staggering back, Grace was shoved by Sylph into a temporarily safe corridor. Meet me up ahead. They said it themselves that we could leave them behind. You heard them too. Leave them behind. Leave them behind? You really think you can make it out of here on your own? She asks calmly, turning to face the person who suggested it. That's not what I meant. I just figured we'd have an easier time now, that's all. No. As long as we have their companions with us, that construct can still fight. Will definitely come back for us, no matter what. Otherwise, what's just a minor threat to a construct could kill us at any moment. Are you looking to die? But the red tide is all over the aquarium. We could just bring them with us into the red tide, embrace rebirth. Right, the red tide. If we believe in the God of the red tide, he will guide us to happiness beyond. The red tide is rebirth and salvation. God shall create paradise. God shall grant eternal life through the red tide. Yeah. The follower steals a glance at Grace's expression. Isn't that what you have always told us, Lady Revelationist? But open your eyes and look around. The red tide here, all those slimy chunks of flesh, those deformed monsters. Do you really want to embrace this kind of red tide? Do you want to enter this kind of rebirth? The red tide here. It's not the same red tide we worship anymore. Her face is utterly expressionless as she states this pathetic fact. Grace once tried to believe that this red tide could guide them to rebirth, but neither the amalgamated flesh pulp nor the bizarre hetero creatures resemble the beautiful visions described in their doctrine. It's been artificially manipulated, twisting believers' wills and leading them into an irrational hell. This kind of red tide can't bring us the truly blessed rebirth. We need to harness Babylonia's power, the construct's power, to break free from this place. Only then can we look for the true paradise. She's prepared to pay any price for this, even if it means taking advantage of the construct's good nature, even if Babylonia comes after her for it later. The follower just clams up, looking sheepish. Grace struggles to lift the unconscious Bianca, gritting her teeth as she pushes ahead. Around the corner, Sylph waits, her face shadowed by the hood. Officer! Grace's hair practically stands on end. She's not sure how much this construct caught, and she can't tell if, after hearing her plan, the construct would still. Let's go. After confirming Bianca isn't injured, Sylph whips out her dagger and takes care of the hetero creature chasing Grace and her followers. Officer, just now, The red tide has brought down the structure above us. The whole area could give away any second. Let's keep moving. Ah! The corridor ceiling caves in almost instantly, with metal structures snapping apart alongside explosive cracks. Seawater, previously held back by glass, surges into the passage. Soph flings out a climbing rope, hauls back the follower who had tumbled into the water, then grabs the purifying force construct the follower was carrying. Let's go. Seawater gushes into the passage as the red tide greedily devours lives through the rushing current. In their panic, the Scarlet Revelation members scatter every which way. This way! Soph grabs Grace by the elbow and sprints forward. Unfortunately, they have picked the wrong direction. Ahead, a metal door is sealed tight, clearly not something that'll budge easily. Behind them, tons of hetero creatures ride the tide, steadily closing in. What's that noise? Massive metallic cracking sounds erupt, one after another, as if something is collapsing somewhere. It's down there, should be on the lower third level. Must be Bianca and her team. If we head toward that sound source, we can only go in from this way, but... The map shows 3 or 4 corridors leading to the lower third level, but every single one is either choked with impassable amounts of red tide or looks completely caved in. If we use controlled demolition on the collapsed part and set up some basic supports, we might be able to get to the third level. But we only have enough mini explosives for one blast. Wansha should have already gotten our message to Babylonia, but until backup gets here, we need to play it safe. Examine the first corridor. This descending corridor used to be the main way to the lower third level, but the Ascendants clearly don't want rescue teams coming in this way. The corridor is full of massive amounts of red tide, with sticky bubbles constantly rising from the bottom, muttering incoherently. It would be next to impossible to get through here without fully turning into a hetero creature, and who'd want to become one of those anyway? Red tide. It's like it's alive. As this thought unexpectedly surfaces, you are about to continue with the investigation, Lucia returns from up ahead. Commandant, a minute ago, we detected a small amount of red tide in the crevices of the second corridor. It's spreading. It's as if you're being watched. The red tide blocks every single path you try to make. We should have packed more mini explosives. No one could have seen this coming. That said, now, how should you make the most of your last remaining supplies? Huh? What's wrong? This is... Lulu picks up a stone carved with mysterious runes from a narrow crevice, her eyes widening in surprise. On closer inspection, crooked rune symbols are etched into the stone. This is... rune symbols? Wait, how do you know about this occult stuff? I've just picked up bits and pieces here and there. That crazy woman's got a whole collection of these weird trinkets. I really don't know where she gets the energy. She can barely afford to eat, but still finds time to tinker with this stuff. This stone, it really looks like something of hers. She examines the small stone carefully. Golden paint. Marvin's the one who found this paint back then. There's also a scratch mark here. This definitely belongs to Grace. Hey, crazy woman, are you in there? She presses against the narrow gap, shouting inside. Echoes. Beyond this gap, there's a passageway. Let's scout the space behind. Position confirmed. There's a narrow passage behind that can fit one to two people at a time. Scout drone reports minimal red tide presence in the passage. We're clear to proceed. Set up the explosives. Check other spots. We gotta be quick, right? So, boom! The mini explosives barely managed to blast open a path. Past the rubble, a narrow passage just wide enough for two to squeeze through side by side stretches ahead. It's like a staff passage leading down to the performance area. After confirming everything's clear, your group heads into the passage, one after another. Intelligence points to the Copperfield Aquarium harboring at least one ascendant, plus a massive amount of abnormal red tide, enough to pose a real threat to the surrounding waters. Wansha is returning to Babylonia with the red tide samples. Next, we will proceed to the lower third level, attempt to find the rescue teams that were previously lost to the aquarium, and prevent the red tide from entering the sea. And the above concludes this aquarium mission log of Grey Raven and Strike Hawk. The hours-long debate over whether to roll out the Omega Webs has finally quieted down. The Parliament chamber goes quiet, with only the white noise from lingering projections still humming. The samples Wansha brought back. Is the analysis report ready yet? Yeah, it's done. Asimov says the samples are riddled with human gene fragments and vital fluid, along with hints of an abnormal punishing virus, but they can't figure out its specific evolutionary path. Asimov can only speculate that the Ascendants might be attempting to use humans, constructs, hetero creatures, and the Red Tide to breed some new organisms. Based on his current rate of evolution, even using the most conservative estimates of Red Tide concentration in the aquarium, if it ever reaches the open sea, our surface bases would face a surge in hetero creatures before the sea becomes completely contaminated, with projections estimating at least 127 times the current numbers, and that's the low-end forecast. Can we still reach the Grey Raven Commandant? We've been continuously attempting to make contact, but the punishing virus concentration underground in the aquarium is too high, severely interfering with communication signals. We haven't been able to re-establish contact yet. Even so, that doesn't justify deploying Omega weapons. Brother, you hear all of this shit and you're still sitting here thinking, no, it's not deploy this. Come on, man. They're just hetero creatures. Once we get the Omega weapons back into mass production. Nicola, with a grim look, motions for silence. Furthermore, I've just received new intelligence. The Ascendants are in possession of the hetero-humanoid twins' remains. When we combine this with the Red Tide sample analysis, their intentions become clear. The hetero-humanoid twins. We have to throw everything we've got at this threat to wipe it out. Otherwise... But that's just another one of the punishing virus's creations. Who knows how many more monsters like that are out there on the surface? Once the lunar base is back up and running, and as long as we've got enough Omega weapons, why would we sweat defeating just one of the punishing virus's creations? But what about the body count? What you're just brushing off as a statistic. Just one of the punishing virus creations will cost how many soldiers their lives? Sacrifice is a soldier's duty. They're born to protect humanity's future. Reducing Omega weapons doesn't happen overnight, and while we wait, how many conservation areas will be wiped out? How many lives lost just to buy time until those weapons are ready? For humanity's future, all of that is fair game. The opposing counselors practically spit in fire, passionately pounding the table. Just as he's about to launch another tirade, Hassan from the center of the assembly hall starts to speak slowly. Once the red tide from the Copperfield Aquarium spreads out, it will enter the sea. Even if it hits the sea, that's still... Once the red tide reaches the sea, in just one day, it'll impact a total of 13 conservation areas and the plantations under Babylonia's control. With the aquarium as the center, several ports and coastal conservation areas are marked one after another. If we don't get the red tide under control soon, within a week, hetero creatures spawned by it will start hitting shore across much wider areas. By then, these conservation areas and reclaimed ports are all, to some extent, tied up with the Councilor's financial interests. I'm sure we all remember the absolute havoc the hetero-humanoid twins wreaked on Babylonia. We can't afford to see Babylonia's assets get trashed again, which is why we need to deploy those Omega weapons without a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, if these hetero creatures keep evolving and we end up with huge flying ones and the hetero-humanoid twins like before, Babylonia will be left high and dry, completely defenseless. Don't forget, we've only ever had one goal: taking back Earth. What about humanity's future? Without Earth, humanity has no future. Everyone, we've just received an update from the engineering force members stationed at the lunar base. Amidst a whirlwind of data, a communication request suddenly pops up. This is the lunar base scout team. We've surveyed 90.5% of the lunar base. The rest will be done in the next few hours. After that, everything falls into place. Under Nicola's command, the fully prepped engineering force quickly touches down and starts clearing out the nearly ruined aquarium to set up the Omega weapons. Move it, faster! Even if you could haul 2 more supply crates by yourself, everyone else is still moving at the same snail's pace. Hey, what are you doing? You're going to crush someone. Don't just stand there twiddling your thumbs. After you get this batch of supplies moved, grab Bianca's frame transport pod and figure something out. You're coming down with me to deliver the frame. Are you kidding me? The aquarium's lower first level is practically gone. There's barely enough room for a person to squeeze through, let alone that huge frame transport pod. You always pull something out of the hat. I'll leave it to you. She gives Teddy a quick pat on the shoulder before she's off. Hey, don't dump such a weird job on me. Just as Teddy is about to toss off the box, pressing down on her head in defiance, a muffled explosion rumbles from the distant horizon. That direction. Complex lines shoot out from the terminal as Teddy quickly sketches a rough layout of the aquarium using data she's already gathered. That's where the aquarium's drainage outlets are? Wow, this is the legendary Cerberus style in action. I finally get to see it. Will that even work? You're asking me. Trust Captain. Bunch of lunatics. Shut up and get to work. After firmly securing the Omega weapons to the boat, Vera glares harshly at the others scattered around her. Before you question my plan, do me a favor and come up with a better solution. Does anyone have a better way to immediately solve our little problem here besides attaching the Omega weapons to the boat and sinking it to the to block that damn drainage outlet at the source? No, I wasn't questioning you at all. Calmly quickens his pace. Don't just stand there gawking, Noctis. Finish up and get number 21 back to shore. Vera's eyes narrow as she quickly tallies the Omega weapons she has on hand. Even with what Cerberus brought and the supplies Kamui and Kamu just delivered as the Great Raven Covenant promised, they still don't have enough Omega weapons to secure the entire coastline around the drainage outlet. But if they can take this boat apart, if they secure the Omega weapons to the boat and then scatter the dismantled pieces strategically around the outlet, they could really make their limited weapons count and temporarily seal off this red tide influx point. Vera, I'm all done over here. Get to shore. When she's sure everyone is safe on land, Vera plants herself at the bow, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. Ascendance. Did you really think something like this would stop Cerberus? I never go back on my word. A wicked grin stretches across the red-haired construct's face as she curls up the corner of her mouth. She raises her banner spear high overhead, its flag snapping in the wind. Her banner spear in the Rosen frame, huh? Go to hell, you damn red tide, and all you hetero creatures with you. The Omega weapons are going full throttle as her banner spear slices through the air, ripping right into the ship's power system. The banner spear punches through the vessel, and then the metal hull starts groaning with dull rumbles, sounding like popcorn popping. With the key structural points they prepped beforehand now weakened, the ship slowly breaks apart and sinks into the shallow, red tide-infested waters. Hooray! We did it! The surging red tide visibly loses steam. Not bad. It's working. Noctis marked the spot. We're meeting up with the Grey Raven Commandant. But they're still kicking. Try not to look too pathetic when we meet, Grey Raven Commandant. Oh shit. The way it splits off right here, what the heck? Interesting. Really interesting. Ugh. Just taking a drink of water. Custom movie. It says 18 right there, eh? See, I feel like... See, normally I would go in order of numbers. So like 9, 10, 11, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like in this case, I'm going to make an exception and read through the bottom part where it says note 18, custom movie. Because I remember seeing on Twitter someone saying that I should read this top level of notes and this bottom level of notes before reading, what was it, 11 or 12? For a better experience. So I might end up just doing that instead. I need to double check on that. I just need to double check on that. See. I just need to double check. Okay, yeah. Basically, read nodes 9, 10, 11, and then 18, 19, 20. Or, like, alternate between the two. So maybe I'll go 9 and then 18, and then 10 and then 19, and then 11 and then 20, and then 12, maybe. I could do that. It does kind of look like the way it's structured. Like 18 is a little bit more ahead from 9 there. So maybe in that sort of alternating way. I'm assuming the bottom line here is just like backstory stuff. 9 human. Over here, there's another one. At the fork connecting the lower second and third levels, the female construct quickly bends down, picking up another metal pebble inscribed with rune symbols. That's so like Grace, naive to the point of foolishness. Whether she's blindly worshipping the red tide or just blundering through with the most ridiculously clumsy methods. But it did help us find our way, at least it works. Commandant, I hear fighting up ahead. Bianca and her team must be... The joy in her tone vanishes in a flash as the viscous red tide gathers into a thin stream, pooling in the corridor ahead. The red tide again. The enemies operating from shadows were truly up against it. The red tide clearly can't evolve a brain. The only explanation is someone's constantly keeping tabs on everyone from Babylonia. Should we split up? No. Splitting up would divert some of their attention, sure, but it would also leave you vulnerable to being picked off one by one. Let's find Bianca and her team first. Once we regroup, we'll find out a way to draw the enemy out. Easier said than done. With the red tide this murky, if we tried to push through, we'd likely bump into those things lurking inside before we even got a third of the way across. I really don't want to be packed in like sardines with a bunch of people. Ugh. You don't necessarily have to go through the red tide. Following the signs along the way, it turns out Chrome's theory is spot on. This is indeed a service corridor the aquarium staff uses to get to the performance site on the lower third level. Just as you are racking your brain trying to figure out how to get around the red tide, it suddenly turns into violent waves as if responding to some unseen command. Commandant, look up! Metal supports! High above the ceiling, the Golden Age metal supports that once held up the dome stand uncorroded. After testing the weight capacity with the climbing ropes, Lucia takes the lead to leap onto the supports. Let's go! So we gotta, like, what, monkey bar our way across? Everyone scrambles across the metal framework using both hands and feet, with the sounds of battle just inches away. It's a password-protected door. The wiring on this side is damaged. Probably can't open it with a password. It's nice having Chrome with us. Damn it! Damn it! With the hetero creature's howls practically in her ears, Grace's fingers tremble as she frantically tries to input the password. She knows every password. The water curtains, the electronic doors. She burned those random number sequences into her memory during her long hours in the monitoring room. This is her last ace in the hole, but... God ignores. A quiet static hisses from the system. No doubt about it, this metal door is completely busted. Ahead, Soph lets out a muffled groan. Clenching a dagger between her teeth, she rips off a piece of her clothing and ties it tightly around her injured joint, just barely stemming the flow of vital fluid. There just has to be a way. With clumsy fingers, she wrenches the wire ends from the metal door, trying to rig different colored wires together like she's seen Lulu do when repairing vehicles, hoping the system might kick to life. Electrical sparks fly from the circuits, and even the white noise vanishes. How could this be? No. Impossible. No. Grace's mind isn't just on the verge of breaking, it's already plummeted straight into despair. Behind her lies the unconscious Bianca, and the door won't budge, while ahead, Sylph is fighting a swarm of hetero creatures all by herself. Below, the red tide keeps spreading upward, already touching Sylph's feet. Lady Grace. Who's there? She shivers, staring in disbelief at the red tide. Marvin? Lady, Revelationist. This is rebirth. The red tide. No. This can't be happening. Lady Revelationist, you've tricked me again. No, that's not true. How could this... She shakes her head, despair gnawing at her, her hands trembling on the crowbar. She has no idea where or if she should even strike. Within the red tide there is rebirth. Within the red tide there is rebirth. Lady Revelationist, come, join us. Embrace. Enjoy. The red tide projections are a grotesque mess, their faces constantly morphing, their voices shifting and swirling. The red tide of salvation welcomes you. The false deity pulls the strings of a hollow chorus, coaxing desperate followers down the road of damnation. This is a world of happiness, Grace. Lady Revelationist, don't you remember? Do you remember what you once described? The future. Grace's pupils blow wide as her mind floods with echoes, the voices of her followers, and the rebirth she once promised them. Of course, the rebirth within the red tide is beautiful. Anyone who passes the trials earns the right to rebirth, and then we'll all step into a beautiful new world together. Rebirth. If she really could cast aside all of this suffering and enter the red tide. Grace's lips tremble as her fingers slowly glide down the metal door. If within the red tide truly lies that world of happiness. A reborn world with no endless running, no corrupted or monsters, and certainly no death. If we believe in the God of the red tide, he will guide us to happiness beyond. If only. The red tide projections twist and beckon to her. She sees so many familiar faces. Marvin, Miller, Smoker. And beyond them, a world without the corrupted, without constructs. Ugh! Sylph hurls her dagger, pinning the hetero creature that started climbing her leg to the ground. Jolted by Sylph's cry of pain, Grace instinctively clenches her fist, desperate to break free from the phantom's pull. A sharp pain shoots through her palm. It's the last rune pebble tucked away in her pocket. The metal rune is now stained with blood from her palm, making the engraved letter M stand out with stark clarity. Manas, humanity, you're really important. It's like a bucket of ice-cold water just got dumped over her head. Grace has never felt such clarity before. She has put her faith in the red tide, trusting that past lives reside within it, but she believes in life even more. She believes in a future where life itself exists. Lady Revelationist, come to us. The red tide is Scarlet Revelation's paradise. Get away! Get away from me! Grace grips the crowbar for dear life, swinging it wildly to fend off the projections appearing in the red tide. False god, you're unworthy. The metal door groans loudly. Someone is trying to pry it open from the other side. Seeing this, Grace, who just chased off the projections in front of her, frantically lifts her crowbar and whips it toward the door behind her. Unworthy to proclaim the future of the Scarlet Revelation. The door bursts open with a crash. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The swear word, Grace! Grace can't stop her swing. The sharp end of her crowbar plunges straight down toward Lulu, who's standing right in its path. Yikes! It's so violent. Good thing I was on guard. Surviving hetero creatures only to get bashed by you would be a pretty embarrassing way to go. Lulu coughs up some vital fluid that's leaked from an overload, then kicks the metal door with her foot. A relic from the Golden Age. Is it really that well built? Took so many constructs just to smash through. Lulu? Did the red tide also get you? Ugh, no way. Don't say such gross stuff, it's really me. It's really me. Ow, ow, ow. Stop pinching my face. In a daze, she stares at the busted door, the Babylonia construct who just burst in, and the human commandant. It's like she's been pulled from treacherous waters and is finally back on the warm, dry shores of reality. Cavalry is here. Bianca! The moment you burst in, you see Bianca with her eyes tightly shut. Severe punishing virus corruption, already at critical threshold. Her mind has gone seriously off kilter. Prepare for deep mind connection. The equipment is quickly calibrated. With no time to find a safer spot, you immediately start the deep mind connection. Initiate deep mind connection. Ooh. Whoa. Your mind beacon cuts through her mind, which is now riddled with holes from the punishing virus corruption, as chaotic, twisted memories flash before your eyes. Nightmare shadows tail your every step, incoherent whispers spilling from their lips. Tropical fish twist into grotesque forms, screaming and wailing. Bianca? As you dodge the sharp mental spikes, countless voices blend together. Witch. Blood-stained devil. Self-righteous phonies. Bianca, wake up, it's me! Commandant? A weak voice echoes from the depths of her mind. Bianca! Just as you reach out to grasp her, the deep mind connection abruptly cuts off. The corruption's too severe. She forcefully ended the connection. You're awake. You okay? Commandant. We found traces of ascendants. Besides the one named Lithos, there could be others. They're in charge of the monitoring room and are constantly pumping red tide through the drainage system, blocking our way. Chico's likely been taken by them. Vital fluid wells up from the corner of her mouth. We'll talk later. Your injuries are bad. There's no time. We need to find them fast. The red tide mutated by these ascendants can melt constructs. I'm worried. The more constructs it absorbs, the stronger the monster it spawns becomes. And there's Scarlet Revelation. Cough, cough. She struggles to spit out the vital fluid filling her mouth. We've got most of the Scarlet Revelation followers now. Sylph will show you the way to them. Got it. We'll get them out safe and sound. Her mind deviation is getting worse. This isn't looking good. Asimov said a support team is on their way with Bianca's new frame. If she can hold out until the frame replacement, it might ease the punishing virus corruption in her stigmata frame. At least take the edge off. Go back the way we came. No chance of that? Bianca said the Ascendants are in charge of the monitoring room. Then they've most likely already blocked off our original path. We've got no choice but to. They're from Babylonia. Raven Commandant. During all the noise, survivors who scattered during the Red Tide assault start helping each other out, gradually making their way over here. A quick head count shows at least a dozen people, but only 3.5 of them are still mobile. The 3 are the fastest runners among the followers, and the half is Sylph, who stubbornly insists she can still move. Let's split up, Commandant. You and Lucia take Bianca and head out first. I'll stay behind with the Scarlet Revelation construct to clear the obstacles and wait for backup. He always takes the rear guard, a move that seems to be Chrome's go-to in his crisis management playbook. He's used to shouldering the danger himself. There are too many wounded for you to handle alone. I'll stay with them. A moment of hesitation flickers as you look at Sylph's wounds. Even with your help, it'd still be tough to handle everything. And with Ascendants lurking, we can't tend to this many wounded. Your terminal suddenly rings, shattering the silence. We're getting a signal? Is it Babylonia? Hey, hello? Hello? It's Karenina. Karenina, so they sent you to help us? Can you hurry it up already? You're in the way. The faint sound of metal hull impacts drift through the terminal. Is Commander Nicola with you? I'm not on Babylonia. Teddy just hacked your terminal to set up this short-range comms channel. It only works so far. Welcome. Short range. Are you at the aquarium right now? Thanks to you, Captain Karenina. I'm telling you again, don't just stop moving. Isn't this the spot you marked? We need to turn now. Ugh, so noisy. Between their squabbling, you can just make out the sound of running water and metallic clanging. Did you just come from the lower first level? Are you in the ventilation ducts? Obviously, no. The lower first level is an absolute wreck, like two mechanical monsters duked it out and then self-destructed together. It's completely caved in with the red tide and rebar all over the place. But the good news is, thanks to this disaster, there are hardly any hetero creatures left on the lower first level, and the Ascendants couldn't possibly stick around there either, unless they've become one with the red tide. The engineering force hauled in construction machinery from the nearby conservation area, zeroed in on the target, and dug straight through the lower first level ceiling. The lower second level is completely swamped with seawater and choked with the red tide, so getting in there is a real nightmare. So right now we're in the ventilation ducts, hauling Bianca's new frame. And we must be practically on top of you by now, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hack into your terminal and set up this call. So, does that mean we could get some of the survivors out through these ducts? No chance of that. The ventilation ducts are way too narrow. You can't even move shoulder to shoulder in them. If your survivors were all up and moving, it might be a fallback plan, but with a significant number of injured people. I spoke too soon. It's still a no-go. Problem is given the green light to deploy the Omega weapons. We're just the initial support. The second team will be here any minute. Hey, don't go blasting holes with gravitational waves out of nowhere. Anyway, just hang tight, and make sure Bianca hangs on too. Teddy will sync the nearest coordinate point and a simple route to you. We'll meet up there. Probably needing to buckle down on her work, Katanina cuts off the communication. Soon, the meetup coordinates beam into your terminal. Then... Rome, I need you to hold down the fort here and keep an eye on the survivors, clearing any obstacles. The second batch of support is on its way. As long as the survivors can tough it out in the large space on the lower third level, they'll definitely make it until rescue comes. Lucia, let's go find Katanina together. Given Bianca's mind state, she likely won't hang on until the obstacles are cleared and the second batch arrives. You have no choice but to push forward now. Yes, Commandant. Be careful out there. We will. We'll catch up on the surface. After briefly swapping tactical information, the team splits up. Chrome stays put, watching intently as the Grey Raven Conda walks off. Then he turns, organizing the few who can still move to begin clearing the obstacles. This isn't their first tough fight, and it won't be their last. Ooh. What's this one? Custom movie. In what order? Oh, hey, Leojo. Hello. I don't know if I keep going on like the usual number here, or if I like alternate between the top branch and then the bottom branch. I read it's recommended to read the bottom branch before node 12, but I don't know in what order I should do this, like all of the top branch first and then bottom, or alternate between going back and forth. But I think this is like backstory. Maybe I'll try alternating. Maybe I'll go custom movie next then. Today is just another ordinary day. Morning sunlight streams into Bianca's bedroom. Phew. Even more backstory. Feels like I had a really long dream. She furrows her brow, grappling with the remnants of the dream. Too intricate, too visceral. death, fear, the icy grip of seawater, and nothingness. Like an eraser dragged across parchment, it bleeds the nightmare dry, bleaching color from those memories. They're missing the letter B. Fragments thin, turn translucent, then dissolve entirely, replaced by... Bianca, did you sleep well last night? I dreamt about the school field trip last night. Shaking off the subtle feeling that something's not quite right, Bianca gushes about her pleasant dream to her family. That's not right. Father Snow found her when she was a baby. What is this? In the dream, I went to the seaside with my teachers and classmates from Babylonia school. Oh yeah, this is completely false. And we visited that cool place by the water called the Copperfield Aquarium. We saw a huge bionic whale and all kinds of different marine creatures. Ha ha ha, does our little Bianca have her heart set on visiting the aquarium? How about we all go together sometime? Yes, let's go together sometime. The minute hand on the clock creeps towards 7. It's almost 7:35, but the school bus comes by at 7:30. Oh, I'm going to be late. Bye, Mom and Dad. Don't forget your breakfast. Bianca rushes to the door and grabs the breakfast her mom hands her. Toast in mouth. Ding! The clock strikes 7:30. Morning, Bianca. Just in the nick of time as usual. Morning, sir. In the nick of time. Still? The blurry 7:35 in her memory fades away as Bianca cheerfully greets the driver and steps onto the school bus. Chico! Small Chico. Morning, Bianca. The blue-haired girl is already sitting in their usual spot, smiling as she greets Bianca. Morning, Chico. Did you get your homework done last night? Not me. Homework last night? The words hang in the air as blank test papers start to materialize in her mind, a pen scratching to fill in the empty spaces. Oh, of course I did. That last problem was a real pain, though. It took me ages to finish it. Have you finished it? Did you use the method the teacher showed us yesterday? Sunlight streams through the car window, lighting up the two children deep in conversation, sitting side by side. At midday, harsh light seeps through the gaps between buildings. Clutching a Tantalum 193 affinity report, Bianca stands at the entrance to the Babylonia Science Council. Have you really thought this through? Are you absolutely sure you want to be modified into a construct? Yes, I'm set on it. The modification carries a risk of failure, and if successful, you will lose your human identity and cannot be transformed back into a human. I've made up my mind. Babylonia needs to fight the corrupted and reclaim Earth. I passed the affinity test. As a construct, I can save more people. The staff member silently gives the document a stamp, and Bianca walks into the Science Council, affinity report in hand. When she steps out of the building, she has already become a construct. Under the midday sun, Chico stands in the shadow of the Science Council entrance. I've been waiting for you forever. Why'd you go and apply for the construct modification by yourself? Chico gives Bianca a stern look. Aren't you already a construct, though? Chico is speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, she finally speaks again. I thought you could have picked a different path. Your grades were stellar. You could have gone to the Science Council or Star of Life. This is my own choice, too. I want to do more for Babylonia, for this world. If that's what you want. Have you picked your preference yet? Which force do you want to join? I haven't decided yet. The elite squads are on the front lines taking Earth back, but I've heard the engineering and purifying forces have a lot of openings too. Don't join the purifying force. The purifying force. You don't like it there? It's not that I dislike it. I just don't think it's a good fit for you. An elite squad would be much better. What about you, Chico? Do you want to join an elite squad? I've just looked into it a little. Didn't you say you wanted to do more? An elite squad would be perfect for that. Though I suppose they won't make decisions based only on our preferences anyway. Anyway, I don't mind where I'm assigned. I just want to do my part for Babylonia. They vanish into the shadow-covered building. The darkness of night slowly envelops the world. Bianca walks out of the Purifying Force Captain's office. Bianca walks out of the Purifying Force Captain's office. The crossed out. Bianca walks out of the Engineering Force Captain's office. Bianca walks out of the Engineering Force Captain's office. Deja vu. She gazes at the sign for Engineering Force, a feeling of dissonance washing over her like the evening mist. Bianca walks out of the Engineering Force Captain's office. Bianca walks out of the Purifying Force Captain's office. In the blink of an eye, the sign that reads Engineering Force flips to Purifying Force. Am I just tired? Why does it feel like something's off with my visual module? She presses her forehead, fiddles with her visual module, and pops open an umbrella. Indoors? Don't you know that's bad luck? Come on. Having just wrapped up a mission, Chico asks her to catch a movie after she finishes her report. Didn't they actually go to watch a movie too in the actual, in reality? I believe they actually did go watch a movie together once. Bianca, over here. In the movie theater, Chico has already found their seats. Today's movie is The Way Home. And I did expect their backs to be turned like this, but they are watching a movie after all. An unfamiliar movie title. Yeah, it's about to start. Image noise dances across the screen. There are two main characters and the plot is straightforward. He's dead. Okay. You're gonna feature two Purifying Force members as the cast. Awesome. I'm not dead. He's already dead. Delapore clutches the corpse named Norris. This is the snowfields. I'm still alive. How did we get out of the snowfields? Bianca, do you remember when we first met? When we first met. Inside the meeting room, harsh white fluorescent lights flicker overhead. Is the light on the fritz? I'll have logistics come take a peek later. It's really no big deal, just a tiny glitch. Actually, nothing to get worked up about. Let's kick things off with introductions, starting with you. Hey? The construct marked as Purifying Force Captain impatiently taps the table twice with a finger in response. And my name is Bianca from the Snowfields, Babylonia. Alright, next. Name's Chico Kirishima from Babylonia. I'm Delapore. My gig is network operations. Norris here. I was an assault specialist with the task force. As each person in the faceless crowd introduces themselves, a subtle sense of unease keeps nagging at Bianca's mind. Did Chico join the Purifying Force at the same time as her? Alright, now that everyone's introduced themselves, we can call it a day. Have you all got the rules of the Purifying Force down? Yes! The captain isn't fazed by the scattered response, just tapping the table to get everyone's attention. Remember the most crucial rule. Stay away from tropical fish because there are no tropical fish in the aquarium. Ugh. The voice reverberates, echoing almost instantly in her mind. Who is it? A deafening roar erupts as the transport aircraft thunders to the ground. The world is swallowed whole by the howling snowstorm. What in the cinder burns? No one? What are you doing here? To save lives. Oh, what a flashback to cross the Red Sea here. There's no way our squad will survive. Going out of your way to come here will only put yourself in danger. But you're still alive. Where are the others? I took them out. They'd all become corrupted. But at least you're still here. There are too many corrupted crawling around. What you're doing isn't smart at all. Bianca doesn't respond. Her focus entirely on treating Chico's wounds with gel and bandages. Do you know the captain already fell? I do. So then, do you know we're both being considered for the next Purifying Force captain? I do. So you saved me just to put me deeply in your debt and then save your strength. We still need to get out of here. Bianca makes a makeshift sled and drags Chico along, inching her way out. I just can't figure you out. Chico lies on her back on the sled, her eyes stinging from the bright blue sky and the snow piled high on the tree tops. Your own mind is on the brink too, isn't it? Yeah, but at least I'm not physically injured. Why would you stick your neck out like that to save me? I won't give up on anyone who still has a fighting chance. Is that it? That's it. You've gone this far not wanting power or privilege. So what do you want exactly? Right now, honestly, I just want us both to make it out of here alive. As if on cue, the clouds part and the sun breaks through. Thin mist beyond the forest silently dissipates as the logistics team's rescue vehicles come roaring in. By the way, is there an aquarium on Babylonia? I've been meaning to ask. Why is stay away from tropical fish the Purifying Force's last rule? Her visual modules burst into a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. The transport craft roars, climbing into the clouds. Ooh. Shifting story. Yeah, you know what? I'll just alternate. Why not? That'll be kind of fun. Back to reality. Rebar curls like dying vines, while cracks spiderweb across the walls and ceiling. The once magnificent aquarium is now nothing but ruins, its insides completely gutted by the collapse. As you navigate the ruins, coordinates that were once a cinch to spot now demand constant calibration and cross-referencing. The red tides reached here too. Well, the range is still manageable. Yeah, the coordinates Teddy provided should be right around here. Let's take a breather for now. There aren't any new updates from them. Looking around, this area feels like a performance hall, with small streams of red tide weaving through it. The water curtain for shows is still intact, and a massive whale sculpture hangs right in the middle. Approach the whale sculpture in the center. Approach the water curtain nearby. Talk to Lucia. Let's talk. It's so quiet here, Commandant. You can almost hear the echoes. She furrows her brows, her voice dropping to a whisper. Could the Ascendants have set something up here? I'm not sure. Maybe? But Teddy's analysis shows this area is primed for safely delivering Bianca's frame. Just hold tight. They should be here any minute. Suddenly, you catch a flicker of something odd out of the corner of your eye. You spin around, and there's that pale girl standing silently at the edge of your vision. Like that game Fear, F-E-A-R or whatever. She glances up at the enormous whale, but her gaze drifts into nothingness. Chaos? The girl looks over. The moment your eyes meet, the scenery around you shatters like glass. And Bianca, her shadowy figure in a dark frame, dimly appears beyond the water curtain. Alma, chaos, jump scare. A long time ago, I used to play like Left 4 Dead 2. And one of the mods I installed for that game was like Alma from Fear, where she would just randomly spawn at different spots around you during your playthrough of Left 4 Dead 2. There would be a few times where I would like turn around and I would just see her standing there right in front of me, and then she just disappears. I'm like, oh god. Bianca! A tall, twisted monster extends its withered fingers, gently touching Bianca's cheek. Bianca's lips part but no words come, only a broken rasp of voices, choking in her throat. Please, just laugh at me. Making L4D2 actually scary. It wasn't that scary. It did. Well, no, it did scare me a few times. It did jump scare me, that Alma mod. I had other mods too, but that made it really goofy. It was so long ago though. Then those inhumanly sharp claws rake across Bianca's cheek. Her vital fluid wells up before spilling down her skin. Down her skin in thick, glistening rivulets. That's a word I've never seen before. Please. Abruptly, your view is pulled to a more distant scene. Winds howl and rain lashes down as crimson tens of meter-high tidal waves surge from the sea, filling the air with a putrid, fishy stench. Violent tremors shake the coastline as the punishing virus coalesces into sharp crystals, piercing directly toward the Babylonian soldiers on the shore. A purple-haired ascendant is curled up in a cold iron chair staring out at the sea. There, a massive pale figure slowly rises from the horizon. Adding to my words to use randomly to make me seem smarter. That's rivulets, huh? The hell does rivulets mean? Let me see. Rivulets! A very small stream. Example would be sweat ran in rivulets down his back. It's just a very fancy way of saying small stream. Dismembered heterosapien limbs are being grafted onto a pale humanoid figure, that familiar hair color. It finally hits you who that is. A bloodborne boss. Chico. If Chico was a boss in Bloodborne, it'd be like Chico, grotesque mass. Grafted. Grotesquerie or whatever. It's like a bucket of ice water just got dunked down your back. Without you even realizing it, your protective suit is drenched in cold sweat. Lucia instantly picks up on your strange state beside her. Commandant, are those visions back again? Yes. It's Chico. Chico? Chico was taken by the Ascendants and bred into some kind of monster. But we still can't pinpoint Chico's exact location. Lucia's voice yanks her consciousness back to reality. Does this information really come from the time prison? Then, if the past has already been altered, will the present still unfold according to the events of that past? Certain events will still happen, or certain deaths and certain meetings will still happen, they'll just happen in a completely different way. Such as Bianca killing Chico, or fighting or confronting Chico. Us going down into the Copperfield Aquarium. Those stuff will happen. The tower appearing, just not at this time. Just not at such a early time. I like that. I like that. These things will still happen. Just under different circumstances, I suppose. In other words, Ballard is still gonna die. I forgot too, this is taking place, like, obviously during Copperfield Aquarium time. So, like, Noctis doesn't have his, like, new look from Sands of Wrath. So when I saw Noctis earlier with his old sprite, I was like, oh wait. Holding myself to not make another short haul joke. You want a piece of candy? Maybe that'll help. According to the shadows you once saw, you get to kiss Lucia. I mean, that's something else. The purple-haired ascendant is breeding the red tide in the sea. Chico is born in the sea, bred through the dense red tide in the sea water. Bianca sinks deep into the red tide and may also transform into a witch. But under Chaos's warning, Babylonia has made countermeasures against these events in advance. If everything went off without a hitch, Cerberus would have already sealed off that one outlet where the red tide would spill into the sea, and Babylonia has already sent in the task force members for backup. Why am I seeing Feral and Domitus frames? Of course, the biggest wild card. Across the Ruined Sea was before Cradle Parade. Cradle Parade is chapter 26. Yeah, chapter 26. While Across the Ruined Sea was chapter 20. So, yeah. ARS was before Cradle Parade. On a still standing bench in the hall, the badly wounded Bianca remains unconscious. Across the Ruined Sea, I would say, was like the one main point where things started to get really... Okay, no, because surviving Lusum is the thing, but like... I'd say Across the Ruined Sea was the one point of the story where that's when things start to get really different, I guess. After all, when we rewrote the timeline back in Wither to Shine, it took us... we were in a timeline to when Hyperreal Frame was still under development, which means this timeline was before Copperfield, or during. That's why I think Across the Ruined Sea was like the main point, but that's besides the point. Yeah, sure, jokes are still valid. Yeah. That means all the chapters after Across the Ruined Sea, they're not exactly non-canon anymore, I would think. I don't know. Because they still technically happen, but it's just like I don't know. But like basically in those ones, people having their new frames, they're still gonna have a new frame, just under different circumstances. Like Imperia frame, that's getting revamped. So Liv is gonna have a new version of Imperia. Sure. Snyder cut. In all your visions, Bianca either morphs into a witch rising from the deep sea or stays submerged in the aquarium's red tide. You have never seen her get a new frame or you successfully reunite. With such changes happening, will the story's ending still be the same as what was seen in the shadows? Can you still save Chico? No. No, Chico's dead. She dead. She's fated to die. You can't stop that. An unsettling feeling just won't shake. Even like I remember, even back in it wasn't her last bow, no. Though it was briefly mentioned in her last bow, where in one of the simulations that Nanami saw, she saw, or one of the simulations that was just described, it described a witch coming out of the sea or whatever. But I think there was another time where, I think it was in Across the Ruined Sea, where there was a simulation of a timeline or whatever, that Bianca, instead of Chico, was the one that went missing and became fused with hetero creature remains and whatnot. So Bianca back in that simulation of a timeline, became fully corrupted and kills Chico, even though Chico wasn't the one that got corrupted. So no matter what happens, whoever goes first, whoever goes last, Chico's still going to die no matter what. An unsettling feeling just won't shake you. Keep frequently checking your terminal for Teddy's updates, hoping to calm your nerves. The terminal suddenly trips with a message from Teddy. They're almost here. Direct noise. From a corner of the corridor, an intense burst of electrical interference erupts. Lucia instinctively steps forward, shielding you. Grey Raven Commandant, and the captain of Grey Raven, Lucia. A man's deep voice cuts through the static. His greeting makes it obvious. He's been watching you. Vonnegut? All smoke and mirrors. The moment his voice hits your ears, his face pops into your mind, even though you have only met this agent a handful of times. I see you remember me. Good. Wunderbar. This is something you never saw coming. An agent showing up at the aquarium of all places. Meet me at the storage tank, Grey Raven Commandant. You think I'll just show up because you say so? Why? No way I'm going. I need to clear some things up with you. Do it here, brother! About the tower, about the punishing virus. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Just dodging the question is only going to waste both our time. The impatience in the broadcast voice grows heavier before abruptly vanishing. After a few muffled deep breaths, it shifts into a cold, detached announcement. It's an even trade. I don't think you truly grasp the tower yet. If you did, you probably wouldn't be here right now. Meet me at the storage tank. We would trade questions, trade answers. With those words, the broadcast cuts out cold. The speaker's conviction is rock solid, as if he's absolutely positive you will show up. The tower. Grasp the tower. In a flash, those puzzling words click with the inconsistencies you noticed earlier. Slap him. That'll also feel familiar. Is this tied to those hallucinations? Does this have anything to do with chaos? Oh, my head. The shards of thought slowly connect, like a hazy web forming around you, both there and not here. Or not there. Commandant? Lucia stays on guard, carefully watching your surroundings, but your mind is miles away. Fragmented images and scenes swirl in your head, blurring the line between what's real and what's not. Chico, Lithos, Bianca, the aquarium. Among the shadows you've seen so far, it seems, Vonnegut never there. Something's deeply off. How could this be? Vonnegut shouldn't be here at this time. The shadows you glimpse through cracks in time writhe in your mind, and every attempt to dive further only brings a sharp, stabbing pain. This world, what exactly has happened to you? Do you really, Commandant, do you really want to know? Because man, if those memories came back, he's going to be in for a ride. Commandant's going to be in for a ride. Commandant, the red tide is spreading. There's no doubt about it. Vonnegut is the mastermind behind the red tide assaults on Babylonia, or at least he's one of them. Under his calculated command, the red tide surges upward, instantly filling every crevice between the pathways. Let's get out of here first. Lucia quickly helps out the unconscious Bianca and exits the hall through the side door with you. I don't think he wants to really remember those 60+ deaths. I don't want that either. Why the futile struggle? As if a switch has been flipped, countless torrents of water erupt from the corridors on both sides in an instant. Damn it, it's those bionic fish! Commandant, over here! The red tide, propelled by the surging waves, forces you two and Bianca to higher ground. Get on the whale! The seawater keeps rising. The broadcast pipes into the entire hall's speaker system, letting both Karenina and Teddy hear Vonnegut's voice. An agent! Teddy, can we head straight down from here? No way. This whole area is surrounded by the aquarium's glass tunnels. There's absolutely no exit. If we try to head down from here, we'll just end up in the water. Hold on. I hear Lucia. She's close by. No way. Red tide's already in the water. Oh my god. No time to lose. We've got to bail and meet up with Grey Raven. Hey, wait up. Pow pow. Explosions. Boom. The gravitational waves effortlessly shatter the once solid metal ceiling structure, sending a fierce rush of water gushing into the ventilation ducts. Cough. Seriously? After choking down a mouthful of water, Teddy rolls her eyes and just goes with the flow, hauling Bianca's new frame transport pod as she follows Karenina's lead and jumps down. The red tide's in this water too. Watch out! Lucia! Through the raging currents, Karenina zeroes in on Lucia. The two figures over there are lugging an unconscious Bianca, making a beeline for this area. Commandant, it's Karenina and Teddy! Damn it, this glass! She slams her fist against the glass, letting loose a torrent of gravitational waves. Hold on, I brought directional explosives for that. The moment the glass shatters, the water gushes out, creating small whirlpools in its wake. I need a coffee for this. A sigh from the agent comes through the broadcast, a clear sign of his frustration with this sudden, unwelcome turn of events. Amidst distorted white noise, more water blasts in from both sides. Glug 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 glug. Swear word. Instantly, water floods the entire passageway. A spinning catch. Katarina uses the raging current to her advantage, releasing the safety latch on the transport frame pod, sending it plunging downstream with the rushing water. The current, glug glug glug. The current is way too wild, making it impossible to get anywhere near the transport pod. Deep mind connection initiated. Try to awaken Bianca. Motherfucker, wake up! The instant you link up with the deep mind, a sharp stabbing pain shoots from your mind beacon. Her mind, severely corrupted by the punishing virus, is riddled with festering wounds. Crimson waves surge forward, only to be firmly repelled by some unseen barrier. Bianca, wake up! The new frame transport pod. The new frame! Before you can even finish that sentence, a sharp pain blasts through your brain. Commandant! Oh, don't hit me with that endless path EP, bro. Transport pod. Copy that. Lucia shoves the frame transport pod your way, then whips up a quick lasso with the climbing rope, cinching Bianca and the pod together. This is the song of determination right here. The agent lets out a soft sigh and triggers yet another mechanism. A muffled explosion rips through the air as the lower third level's outer walls blow apart. Seawater gushes in from every direction. Swear word, you've got to be kidding me. Glug 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 glug. Commandant, watch out. Follow the current and regroup. Damn. False loop. She only drifts like a withered leaf. I would assume for them having this separate branch down here, even though it's marked as like nodes 18, 19, and like 20, because I know 20 is gonna be the bottom branch as well. I'm assuming that Bianca's going through this as she's like unconscious inside the movie theater. Hey, stop dragging me by the leg. You're gonna break my leg. Corpses aren't supposed to talk. My leg, it's broken. But it's okay. Delapore hastily puts Norris's leg back in place. Good news, we're about to leave the snowfields. But how exactly did you die? Are you sure you want to grill a corpse like this? Don't remember a thing now. All I recall is meeting you in the snowfields. This movie sucks. The junction where the snowfield meets the forest lies just ahead. I'm just kidding. The actors flail about with exaggerated movements while the theater remains completely silent. Remember that time we met? Which time? The one out in the snowfields. All I wanted back then was to lure you right into that corrupted horde. That way I'd get to be the captain of the purifying force. I don't recall that at all. But it seems someone else on our team had the same idea. He somehow led our team straight into the corrupted's nest before we were ready. As you can see, they all ended up corrupted, so I took them out. Well, that plan backfired on them, huh? Why would you do that? What do you mean? They're corrupted, Bianca. Maybe it was for power, or maybe for personal gain. That's just the story this era shoves down our throats. Oh wait, did I miss? Oh no, why would you do that? Of course. Okay, yeah, no, never mind, I was right. Chico straight up says they all ended up corrupted, and Bianca's like, why? Why would you kill them? I mean, they're corrupted, of course. I tried to fight back once, but... I mean, it's kind of your job as a construct to fight against the corrupted. Thank goodness for the welfare support we have now. In my grandmother's generation, a situation like this would have left us with no choice but to end it all. At least it won't affect you two. Chico, Yuko, just focus on your studies. Don't let me hold you back. Flashback to Shaper's ripples, jeez. Let us hold you back? If he hadn't been such a fool falling for that scam. Stop it. Chico, Please, no more. Everyone makes mistakes. If only I had been more careful that night, we might have had a chance to make things right. Your father will take care of me. Don't worry about it. That man? Take care of you? Let's go to Grandma's. Even if she's still angry that you married, your grandmother passed away. I'm sorry, I've never heard you mention any of this before. Chico's face remains hidden in darkness, her voice steady. Grandma's death. I thought it would be the end of that farce, but it turned out to be just the beginning. You've been secretly recording us. Fine, this might prove you didn't break that vase, but there's no recording of what happened last time. Don't you dare try pinning that on my daughter too. I'll pay you today, and you can leave. We don't want someone as sneaky as you at our home. I've sent your payslip to your terminal. After deducting compensation for damages, you still owe us $300. Don't forget to pay it. There were some complications. He needed a colostomy surgery. He'll probably need to wear the bag for the rest of his life. Well, he's already past 50, so at least he won't have to bear it for too long. Oh, and try not to upset him. The old man has quite a temper. That's actually why the last caregiver left. Hey, I said I didn't want this. What I ordered was what? What? I can't return a drink I've already finished? That's ridiculous. I mean, it's not ridiculous. Another glass gone missing? I'll have to dock your pay again. Ask the customer to return it. Are you kidding me? Who would ever set foot in our place again if we did that? Half her life slips by, swept along by the tides of time. If I could become the captain, keep climbing the ranks, and get to the center of power, maybe I could put an end to this kind of life. That's probably what I thought back then. My life and experiences never really gave me much wiggle room for other choices, or rather, I never had a choice to begin with. She can only drift like a withered leaf, swept along by the world's grand narrative into the fierce current rushing ahead. Then why did you end up giving up on competing for the captain position? Why? Chico sighs, her mind as calm as ever. She leans back, every muscle in her body letting go. Because it was pointless. This world, it's a bitter, tragic mess, overflowing with death, slaughter, and betrayal. If I were to take someone's position, wouldn't she be furious and wring my neck the moment she found out? By common sense, isn't that how things like this usually go down? Chico straightens up and looks at Bianca. But she trudged through the snowfields to find me, right when I was just sitting here, waiting to kick the bucket. I only did what I believed was right. You only did what you believed was right, but that's something I could never picture myself doing. After that, I suddenly really wanted to see how her ending would play out. Her ending. Yeah, a naive fool. Some idiot trying to dig up the truth in this messed up world. What kind of ending would she get? Was she going to crash headfirst into reality until she's a bloody mess, or could she really live by her truth? Someone in the theater, can these two stop talking? During the movie? In the movie, Delaporte discovers an abandoned rail car, its tracks disappearing into the unknown. He drags Norris into the old rail car compartment. The rail car thunders past. In the ruins, Bianca and Chico are deep in a heated argument. Come on, Bianca, get real. You've been the captain of the Purifying Force for ages. How can you not see the writing on the wall? Shady dealings, missions swept under the rug, all those lists being passed around through back channels. Have you learned nothing from the task force constantly breathing down our necks, the military giving us the cold shoulder, and our own people stabbing us in the back? These are not the same thing, Chico. Confirming whether soldiers have defected, deciding based on their actions whether they should be executed or brought back to Babylonia for court trial. This is just a Purifying Force's duty. We must find out the truth. What's the point of it anyway? Chico knits her brow. The purifying force is just a tool in Babylonia's grip. We get our marching orders, we carry them out. Plain and simple, that's our job. In any case, we haven't caught up with the target yet, so we still have some time to investigate. With a heavy sigh, Chico just goes quiet. She finds herself hesitating over whether to keep pushing back against Bianca. Even though her decision was already made, to stand aside in cold detachment, watching as Bianca sank deeper into the quagmire, crushed beneath the world's relentless weight. They chased the defector across the snowfields, battling the elements, driving onward day and night without rest. You really seem to know this place inside and out. This snowfield. It used to be my home. I was adopted by a kind father in a church. It was just over there, not far away. What about your family? The father was my only family. Okay, this is the real X story here. What happened after that? No, well, no, the movie was also real, but before that, the whole old film thing. He was killed by me. I'm sorry. Chico silently stirs the campfire. By then, he had already been corrupted by the punishing virus. But he must have found his way to heaven, right? In a world ravaged by the punishing virus, can heaven even exist? Maybe, but it's better to have hope than none at all. The campfire crackles, and they both watch the flames in silence, the snow slowly melting away, bonfire lit. Perhaps feeling she should offer something in exchange for Bianca's story, Chico slowly begins to speak. I don't have any family left either. Oh, nice little detail. They're adding the little campfire flame flicker right here. That's a nice little detail. They didn't need to do that. Immersion. My mom was paralyzed. She ended her life right next to me so she wouldn't be a burden. And my sister Yuka. The firelight dances in her eyes. Those memories are so hazy for me now. Well, your sister Yuko, she went on to create Froggy. So, there's that. Or design Froggy. I only remember it was a mission in Constellia. There were these rioters causing a ruckus, I think. And that was where I stumbled upon Yuka. We fought through a grueling battle. Then Yuko took the pistol I'd given her and used the last bullet to end her own life. Okay, so yeah, okay, that way of death is still canon, I guess. I don't know why, but I've forgotten almost everything about those days. All I recall is Yuko's final smile, as if she was trying to tell me her death had meaning. How could any death have meaning? Flashbacks to Shaper's ripples, Jesus. Chico lets out a deep sigh. It's just rotten wood fallen in a glorious age, paved into the road toward the future. That's a good one. That's a good line. Bianca doesn't know what to say to break the heavy silence. As she hesitates, her terminal chimes. Welcome back. Roddenwood. Cradle? The investigation results are in. It was... Delapore was corrupted. His mind deviated and he killed Norris. Let's go. Okay, never mind. That movie thing. Okay, what the movie they were watching, it featured Delapore and Norris, but I don't think those were actual. Whatever. She gets to her feet, brushing the snow off her clothes. This is the duty of the purifying force. To raise her weapons against the once comrades. It's also to protect those still alive. Campfire is quickly buried under heavy snow and goes out. Shall we? Anytime. They press through the blizzard, hot on the defector's trail across the snowfields. I'm always ready to face death, and ready to face that of my comrades. At the border where the snowfield meets the forest, they spot the corrupted construct, the defector, looking totally lost. What? I killed Norris? I can't be right. Norris is my best friend. I just ate a cookie. How could I? How could I have possibly killed Norse? The heavy snow falls silently. You're Delapore, and you're accused of killing the construct named Norse. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I only ate a cookie. I didn't kill Norse. It's mind deviation caused by the punishing corruption. What else do you have to say? And also... What? Stay away from the aquarium. Tropical fish. There are no tropical fish in the aquarium. The transport aircraft lands with a thunderous impact, kicking up a blinding cloud of snow. Platform. Achievement! Avoid being hit by tentacles. Oh wait, I don't have the freaking achievement guide thing open too. Let me pull that up. What in the cinder burns? Hold on. I just gotta make sure I get these right. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's only 2 secret achievements. Well, it's not secret. So in this one, it says don't miss any quick time event. Finish the mission. Oh, I didn't read that. All he did was right-click. Bianca sits dazed on the platform seat, an elegant electronic female voice chiming rhythmically in her ears. It's been raining around the platform recently. Please mind your step. Welcome to the Copperfield Aquarium. The broadcast plays smoothly, delivering the welcome message along with a notice that seems oddly out of place. The rain starts falling out of I added the there. Rain starts falling out of nowhere within the enclosed space. Everything before her blurs into the downpour. The fine, misty raindrops fall, tracing a cold, stinging path down Bianca's skin. I'm sorry, Bianca. Suddenly, the rain seems to split open, and a figure materializes at Bianca's side, holding an umbrella over her. Chico? With a visible effort, Bianca slowly lifts her head, a name barely a whisper as she gazes at the figure. This is the last gift I can give you. Gift. As if on cue, a sudden gust of wind whips around them, and even the rain seems to hang suspended in the air for a moment. A train glides to a stop on at the platform. Bianca turns her bewildered gaze toward it. What is that? She squints, trying to make sense of the scene, but no matter how hard she strains, it remains a blur. The platform lights flicker out unnoticed, plunging the distance into pitch blackness. Wind and rain howl through the station, making even the steel-reinforced train shudder violently. If you could choose, would you rather be a witch or a holy maiden? A witch or a holy maiden? What about blessed maiden? Her jumbled thoughts slowly untangle, though she's still miles from grasping it. Bianca mumbles the question again, almost without realizing it. Yeah, if you actually got to choose. What kind of person do you want to be, Bianca? Chico hands Bianca the umbrella handle, then turns to leave. Chico, where are you going? Me? I will be staying right here. Chico turns around and Bianca finally sees her clearly. She's standing dead center on the platform where the torrential rain collects at her feet, turning into a blinding deep crimson. And this is my final stop, Bianca. But you've got to go. You need to get out of this place. Whatever you choose, becoming a witch or a holy maiden, it's all good. Honk! The train lets out a timely whistle. That was a honk. As light overflows from its body and the engine roars to life. No. Wait, Chico, wait! Bianca seems to have snapped back to reality, yet she's still drowning in chaos. She shouts out, her mouth wide open. She tries to run toward Chico, but the instant she steps into the curtain of rain, she freezes, her body no longer responding to her will. Go, Bianca. Bianca. A blinding light flashes from the horizon, and Bianca's eyes snap shut. Bianca, wake up! The rain suddenly surges onto the platform, swallowing the station whole. The scarlet crystals let out a mournful cry before disappearing behind the curtain of rain. Ugh. The new frame transport pod. The new frame! New frame is... Before she can finish the question, the intense light blinks out, plunging everything into pitch black. She's swallowed whole by absolute desolation. Ugh. Rushing water roars around her as tiny bubbles solidify into a screeching death knell outside her eardrums. An oppressive sensation tinged with a metallic tang of vital fluid crashes into her senses. Bianca gasps for air as her frame slowly kicks back to life. This place is... Ghostly blue water patterns flicker slowly around her. As far as her eyes can see, there's nothing but seawater and ruins. New frame. Transport pod. Even though she's not quite all there, she's already instinctively following orders from that familiar voice. Following the rope firmly secured to her body, Bianca feels her way toward the new frame transport pod strapped to her side. Verify. Retinal scan complete. Bianca, captain of the Purifying Force. Identity confirmed. Water. Underwater, gears slowly turn as the transport pod doors inch open on both sides. This is... She's seen this frame before, when the Science Council first started developing it. When the Science Council members discussed the frame's appearance with her, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward white. If you could choose, would you rather be a witch or a holy maiden? If I were to choose, Bianca, would I want to become a holy maiden or a witch? I mean, if your stigmata frame is the witch one, witch. The coating, which was only a temporary fix to stabilize her mind, has long since been eaten away by the red tide. Her stigmata frame, stripped bare, now drifts in the empty depths of the ocean floor. Bianca, should I become a witch? Now it's playing Long Goodbye OST. I can't believe a church raised a nun like that. No, more like a witch. That woman is a witch. She killed Toby. Flashback to Veritas interlude. Oh, Jesus. The punishing corruption triggers violent tremors in her mind, countless voices echoing in her ears. Am I truly a witch? Patches of coating still cling to her frame, a stark reminder of the terror that haunts her, the dread of being branded a patricide. Should I become a holy maiden? Soon you'll be the same as those constructs you've cleaned up. It's the Purifying Force. Those devils. Her hands are stained with the blood of both the innocent and the guilty. Can she still become a holy maiden? If you could choose. If I were to choose. All the infamy from those false accusations, every mistake she has made, and the defectors and corrupted she has had to kill in the Purifying Force, and the humans and soldiers she has managed to save. I am. The world's never been just black and white. The labels Holy Maiden and Witch were forced upon her. She couldn't shake them off, nor did she feel she had the right. She's grown used to being seen as a lamb, shaped by others and saddled with all sorts of alienating titles. But now, the power to choose gently falls into her hands, following the secure lifeline given by the Grey Raven Commandant. I won't accept crimes that aren't mine, nor will I deny the sins I've committed. Accept yourself. I am black and also white. I shouldn't be defined by anyone else. Whether it's hatred or gratitude, sorrow or joy, the cacophony of whispers stays sealed behind the curtain of water. Oh my god! It's Cardathea! It quite literally, no. Bianca and Cardathea parallel each other so much. They're so one and the same. Like, I remember watching that story cinematic for Cardathea. It was like super Bianca. That's really nice though, I like it. I am a holy maiden. I am also a witch. You are Bianca. Light and shadow, they dance together, two sides of the same coin. I wield the power to bend them to my will, and so I must. In the sea water, she opens her eyes. Shout out to the people complaining about Bianca Crepuscule's design. She wants to look like a holy maiden. There you go. That's her outfit. Sometimes people just need to shut the fuck up before any patch story comes up. I swear to God. People just need to shut up.
指揮官殿、こちらでしょうか。ここは、この痕跡は、効果ポットから入手した素減装置を使ってみましょう。
See, that moment just then, quite literally, explains why she looks the way she does.
赤潮に覆われた血痕と足跡。指揮官はきっとこの先に。ですが、何か手がかりを見つけなくては。
Through the Phantom Tracer, you go and scatter fragments of images. Museum map. Your current location is underground level 3. If you need help, please proceed to the monitoring room. Ask staff for assistance.
監視室。まだ使えるでしょうか。監視室から指揮官殿の痕跡を見つけられるはず。
Bianca Crepuscule here sounds way more soft. Sounds way more softer in her voice tone compared to like her previous frames. It kind of goes hand in hand with her Holy Maiden theme here. I pressed the button, so I hope I didn't miss.
容赦し粛清。長き夜はこの刹那に凝結します。はっ。
Oh, camera, please. Why am I fighting this close up? Oh, what the hell?
容赦しません。静寂にキス。長き夜はこの刹那に容赦しません。粛清。静寂にキス。無垢なる茨よ。すべての罪を清めたまえ。
God, those animations. The Phantom Tracer is reacting again. I like how they made the Phantom Tracer here for Cub. That's cool. Also her animations. It's very like... It is really like Stigmata fused with like Frolova. I like it though. Notice, an aquarium power system failure has been detected. Backup power can be activated. On-duty staff should follow the work manual procedures to complete the backup power activation.
海洋博物館なら近くに予備電力があるはず。探してみましょう。電力の供給が遮断された。昇格者の仕業ですね。
pile of unwanted equipment, discarded items for the bag of powder is not here. Spooky.
ここまでは手が回らなかったようですね。
Miscellaneous items corroded by the red tide. Unusable.
電力も復旧しましたし、早く指揮官殿を探さなくては。証をこれほどの規模のものを隠していたなんて。
You were stocking up on that red Kool-Aid. Oh, you can jump. Her sword whip is so goddamn cool. Sword whips are always cool. There it is! Let the combat begin.
長き夜はこの刹那に凝結します。静寂にキス。えい、無垢なる茨よ、すべての罪を清めたまえ。粛清、容赦しません。この祈りはあなたの運。粛清、ふっ、さあ、はっ、逃がしません。ふっ、朽ちた天候を切り裂きます。聞きなさい、終末のアイコン。
That's so cool.
容赦しません。逃がしません。えい。
Monitoring room is up ahead. Dun, 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 dun. Damn! They got killed off screen.
指揮官殿、持ちこたえてください。
She's just that OP. Orienting herself, Bianca moves toward the Grey Ribbon Commandant's position. The aquarium's original drainage system kicks into gear, slowly pulling the seawater out of the passageway. Red Tide, a murky serpent, slithers along both sides of the path. Maybe these mind disturbances are just lingering effects of the severe punishing virus corruption. Hazily, Bianca catches glimpses of indistinct shadows along both sides of her path. In the church amid the wind and snow, she sees herself praying devoutly. Dressed in a nun's robe, she has knelt countless times before the statue, hands clasped, praying for the children to be fed, for people's safety, for God's people to find salvation, for... My neural network ran sophisticated calculations, and the conclusion I reached was that even the angel of love was nothing compared to her. I raised her up. Mechanoids have no concept of time, but I found that 9,460,800 minutes passed by in a flash. Wasn't that a completely different number in the interlude? And instead of minutes, it was like seconds or something? I swear to God. It was not. It was. I swear it was not that. If only I could see Bianca, my child, grow up. If only. God loves and blesses the world, but as a mechanoid, I don't need or even receive such blessings or protection. Still, if my constant prayers and piety mean anything, please protect my child Bianca, and all the other human children like her. God, if I ever lose myself, I'm ready to face any judgment and punishment. He once prayed for divine guidance, hoping it would show her the way forward and help her make the right choice. She sees the construct bound by a restraint device standing behind that door, staring ahead with lifeless eyes. This is why I despise talkative people. If it weren't for that useless human waste earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament right now. What we sell is safety, and safety is achieved by weapons and strength. And what's the most powerful weapon in our era? I'm sure you know the answer yourself. You are my finest creation, except for that little flaw of yours, your faith, which prevented me from wiping your consciousness clean. But one thing you have in common with the other products is that, like all weapons, you have a limited lifespan. Don't waste your energy struggling. Soon you'll be the same as those constructs you've cleaned up. She dropped her hands, no longer knowing how to offer her prayers to God. She had prayed countless times, yet God only rewarded her with suffering. She sees the defecting constructs who are slain. Purifying Force. It's the witch from the Purifying Force. Why? Why are you coming after me? I haven't done anything wrong. I just want to live. That's only why I sold information about the task force to... What else could she have done? What it troubles me sometimes as well. Why would I have conflicting thoughts when I claim to abide by my faith? Hands once clasped in prayer now reach for guns. Palms that once held lilies now grip a bow. Her hands aren't soft or warm anymore. They've turned to cold metal, covered in countless scars. She has silently kept her prayers while others brand her knuckles with all sorts of labels, yet she seems to have forgotten whether in her prayers or killings. She's always been the one behind those hands. Your faith is not wrong. It's your faith that makes you strong. Bars. It's your contradictions that give you your gentleness. That is why you are Bianca. Which makes me Bianca. Falling in the midst of seawater, she finds herself again. Light and shadow play tricks, shimmering as strange illusions twist and form within the red tide. Countless memories, some hers, some not, steadily flood her mind. Are these red tide projections just hallucinations in my mind? Images she's never seen before flicker within the red tide. If we can still talk like this after this battle, what will you say to me, seeing what I've become? But no matter what you say, without missing a beat, Bianca presses on toward the Commandant's location. You would probably be pleased to see what I've become. Whether it's about faith or bloodshed, light or shadow, I can play any part, but I am always myself. The female construct, longsword in hand, relentlessly carves through the sealed door ahead. I am a holy maiden, also a witch. I am Bianca. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. That was really, really good. That little bit there reminded me of Spark to Wildfire with Vera. Seeing her different like frames there behind her too. Oh my god. Bianca's story. Inside the movie theater. They all say I killed you. Did you? Or did you not? How could I ever kill you? We're your best friends. Delapour stands with Norris in front of a glass tank at the aquarium. A gaggle of rabbits has gathered A gaggle of rabbits has gathered at the aquarium, bouncing around as they check out the tropical fish cooped up behind the glass. But I am dead. Yes, you are dead. So, who was the one who killed you? Was I supposed to kill you? Or were you supposed to kill me? Beats me. I'm just a corpse. But on the screen, Delapore keeps rambling on as Chico turns to look at Bianca beside her. Bianca. Question mark? How can you keep your cool through all of this? Chico? The question is so abrupt that Bianca is at a loss for how to respond. Why? Even within the purifying force, can you still hold onto your humanity and hope for this world? After everything, after being hardly given any love, after being branded a witch, how can you still face this world with such kindness? That's how she was raised. I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know how to answer any of your questions. That's just how she was raised. God bless Father Snow. Bianca lowers her gaze. I suffered too. They called me a witch, drove me out of town, convinced I'd bring them misfortune, that I'd kill their loved ones in the dead of night. I tried to prove them wrong. I joined Daedalus, told myself I was protecting the city, its people, but when I was called a witch, I truly did protect the church and the city, but after joining Daedalus and living in the justified way, I ended up hurting more innocent people than I ever meant to. At first, she too was just going with the flow, stumbling forward in a desperate dash. When she suddenly glanced back, she realized she had made even more mistakes down this path. I bear my share of sins. But still, I want to reach for redemption more than anything, even if the path ahead leads only to ruin. She has made up her mind to pay for her past sins. Even in a flawed world, there will always be those who stand by truth. Even in the abyss, light always finds a way. Yeah. You never really got to choose. No, I did have a choice. It was my choice to enter Babylonia and serve the purifying force. Looking back, I think this was the most right choice I've ever made. On the screen, a scale labeled Justice presides over judgment. Delapore is guilty. Delapore killed Norris. Surrounded by watchful tropical fish in the aquarium, Delapore and Norris take their final bow. Do you like this ending, Bianca? The blonde construct wants to say something, but her increasingly unstable cognition leaves her momentarily tongue-tied. Whether you like it or not, this movie is already drawing to its close. If you were to be the writer, what kind of story would you create? Neither tragedy nor comedy, but a story that belongs only to you. Only to Bianca. My story. Yeah. Chico's story is coming to an end, but Bianca's story is still unfolding. Chico's voice drifts in and out, and Bianca strains to catch the words, yet her attention keeps getting pulled to the pitter-patter of raindrops. Out of nowhere, it's pouring rain inside the movie theater. How can it be raining? How can it be raining in the movie theater? As the rain falls, Bianca's frame shifts from stigmata to veritas, then finally settling on 0. The white construct just sits there, bewildered in the theater seat, as the torrential rain comes down all around her. What if we could choose every turn in our lives? Would we still be who we are today? Morning, Bianca. Morning, Chico. Did you get your homework done last night? Of course I did. That last problem was a real pain, though. It took me ages to finish it. I've been waiting for you forever. Why'd you go and apply for the construct modification by yourself? Aren't you already a construct, though? I thought you could have picked a different path. This is my own choice, too. The orbital train of Babylonia silently glides into the station. I once thought, if I could just weave false memories, make them convincing enough, and let you sleep peacefully in the red tide. In a way, that might have been a kinder fate. Growing up in Babylonia with a loving family and surrounded by friends, you could take your time, eventually joining the Science Council at the start of life. But you still chose to become a construct. I tried to steer you away from the purifying force, hoped you'd join the engineering force or the task force instead, somewhere you might have found the bonds you've longed for. But you still chose the purifying force. That's just who you are, Bianca. Chico's face stays hidden beneath her umbrella, hazy and hard to make out. Chico, is that really you? It is me. Her voice is soft and gentle. How come you are here? I'm here to help you finish the story that's yours. Chico gives a faint smile. Laugh at me all if you want, Bianca. Laugh at you. I figured I'd just watch you sink into the world's muck, but here I am instead. Let me walk you through this final stretch. The umbrella's edge dips as a train rumbles by. It's been raining around the platform recently. Please mind your step. Welcome to the Copperfield Aquarium. Broadcast plays smoothly, delivering the welcome message along with a notice that seems oddly out of place. Rain starts falling out of nowhere within the enclosed space. Everything before her blurs into the downpour. The fine misty raindrops fall, tracing a cold, stinging path down Bianca's skin. We already went through this in the other node, but... I'm sorry, Bianca. Suddenly, the rain seems to split open, and a figure materializes at Bianca's side, holding an umbrella over her. Chico? With a visible effort, Bianca slowly lifts her head, the name barely a whisper as she gazes at the figure. This is the last gift I can give you. Gift. As if on cue, a sudden gust of wind whips around them, and even the rain seems to hang suspended in the air for a moment. A train glides to a stop at the platform. Bianca turns her bewildered gaze toward it. What is that? She squints, trying to make sense of the scene, but no matter how hard she strains, it remains a blur. The platform lights flicker out unnoticed, plunging the distance into pitch blackness. Wind and rain howl through the station, making even the steel-reinforced train shudder violently. If you could choose, would you rather be a witch or a holy maiden? A witch or a holy maiden? Her jumbled thoughts slowly untangle, though she's still miles from grasping it all. Bianca mumbles the question again, almost without realizing it. Yeah, if you actually got to choose. What kind of person do you want to be, Bianca? Chico hands Bianca the umbrella handle, then turns to leave. Chico, where are you going? Me? I will be staying right here. Chico turns around and Bianca finally sees her clearly. She's standing dead center on the platform where the torrential rain collects at her feet, turning into a blinding deep crimson. This is my final stop, Bianca. But you've got to go. You need to get out of this place. Whatever you choose, becoming a witch or a holy maiden, it's all good. Honk. The train lets out a timely whistle as light overflows from its body and the engine roars to life. No. Wait, Chica, wait! Bianca seems to have snapped back to reality, yet she's still drowning in chaos. She shouts out, her mouth wide open. She tries to run toward Chico, but the instant she steps into the curtain of rain, she freezes, her body no longer responding to her will. Go, Bianca. Bianca. A blinding light flashes from the horizon and Bianca's eyes snap shut. Bianca, wake up! Rain suddenly surges onto the platform, swallowing the station whole. The scarlet crystals... I figured it would stop from that point, but it's like completely replaying that entire other node. Scarlet crystals let out a mournful cry before disappearing behind the curtain of rain. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I see. So for this portion right here, after 8, I feel like any order is okay. however you do it, as long as -20 is done before 11. I think that's the best to do. Since the end of 20 is the beginning of 11 right here, so I went like reading 9 and then 18 and then 10 and then 19 and then 11. But in this case, if I were to swap 11 and 20, it would have been 9, 18, 10, 19, 20, and then 11. Yeah. From 18 to 20, that's all happening while Bianca was unconscious. So I wonder. Yeah, honestly, yeah, any order would be fine. If you go like the top branch first, and then the bottom branch, and then back to top, that's fine too. Just any order. I kind of like the way I did it, where it was like reality, and then Bianca's mind, back to reality, and then back to Bianca's mind. But that entire sequence right there, just before 12, was really good. I really liked it. Super good. We're already more than halfway through. 14 out of 22. It's only been 4.5 hours. This chapter is fairly short. I'm thinking here. Because if I push through and read the rest of this stuff, the remaining, what is that, 8 nodes, I feel like that's going to take an additional like 2 hours. 2 or even maybe 3 hours. And that's going to be like way past midnight for me. So I'm thinking... So here's what I'm thinking right here. I'm probably going to do this. I'll stop for now. I'll stop for tonight. I'll stop here. At this, that honestly feels like a really good stopping point for tonight. And I'll finish it up tomorrow. And if I finish it really soon tomorrow, like say in like 2 or 3 hours, then I can use the rest of the remaining time for tomorrow's stream to like do my weeklies and stuff. I'll do that. I think that'll be good. But so far, I've been really enjoying this. It's a lot of dialogue notes. There's only been 2 combat stages in total so far right now. There's only been 2, right? It's a lot of reading. It's just a lot of words. But it's been really fucking good. Really fucking good. I really enjoy this. This is one of the things about PGR that I'm really, really appreciative of. Because after reading through these chapters, main story, side story stuff, whatever it may be, like, even like stuff from like the roguelike, the roguelite game modes, it's been making me more and more interested in doing even more reading, not just for PGR, but for other books and stuff. So I'm very appreciative of PGR for pushing me in that direction, because again, this has been super good so far. Super good. I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, I'll be done for tonight for now. Plus, yeah, see, look, even Vera agrees. Sleep reminder. Plus, I can slowly feel my voice getting a bit coarse right now, because it has been a while since I've done this much reading on stream. It's been since like the DMC collab, which was 30 streams ago. I remember it was the PGR, the DMC collab story was like my 155th stream. This is the 185th. So it has been 30 streams since. So it's good to give my voice a break here. Like, I went through one water bottle already, and I'm already finished with my second water bottle here. So It's a lot. But yeah. Yeah, but that'll be the plan. I'll just do a little bit of cleanup here. Some extra stuff. Claim these. Is this stuff, which will get done soon. Claim these. Awesome. Yes, Discord shards. Hell yeah. More serum. Delicious. We can get Discord unlocked. God damn, she looks so good. Holy shit, she looks so cool. That weapon's massive. Oh, I love her design. Oh, she's so cool. I love the hair. Secator. What was that description? A new frame designed by Babylonia. Compared to Corona's older model, its mind is less stable, with output levels prone to wide fluctuations. Okay, that's good. Wait, what? No. Wait, is it saying that this Babylonia model is less stable for her mind, or no? Wait, no, that's what it's saying. Really? That's interesting. I'm sure they'll explain it in the story why it's less stable. Oh, she looks so good. Awesome. All right, pick these up then. Pick these up. All right. This is the final sync patch for this game, eh? Do I pull for her? These hang on, these coatings. I'm not gonna actually pull for it, but you can exchange. Oh, that's a lot then. There's no way I have enough. There's no way I have enough BC for the one show one, right? As I like, there's no way it's gonna be enough, right? I got 4,700 here and then 5,500 there. How much total does it actually take to get like a special coating with BCs? How much does it take? It's definitely a lot, right? It's like 6 digits. It's in the 10,000s. Cause man, if I'm gonna be honest, I would love to have both Wan Shi's coating and Lucia's coating. I'm seriously a huge sucker for the like ocean stuff. So I don't know. But there's no way I'm gonna be able to get both of them with the amount of BCs I have. Also, there's Bianca here wanting. I feel tempted to pull for. I don't know. I guess it's something I'll think about later. Also, they still haven't added frickin' we still haven't added what's Yata's weapon coating. We still haven't added this into the shop. Yesterday once more. I still really want this. I hope they add it soon. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Yeah, I'll call it a night for tonight. And I'll finish up the chapter tomorrow. But, so, with that being all said and done, that will be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Like I said, I'll finish up the chapter tomorrow, and if I finish the chapter real early tomorrow, then I'll do some extra stuff, aka my weeklies here, because I haven't done Warzone yet, and PPC I haven't done yet. Clash Reflection resets in like Sunday, so I'm not gonna be able to do this on October the 10th, huh? Okay. But yeah, that's the plan. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow for the conclusion for Echoes Adrift. Alright, thank you. Bye-bye.